And Eric, he's up there and down there in Maryland. You know, I'll tell you, nothing stops him from making a meeting. Okay. Pursuant to Governor Baker's March 12, 2020 order suspending certain provisions of the open meeting law, GLC 30A and Section 18, and the Governor's March 15, 2020 order imposing strict limitations on the number of people that may gather in one place, this meeting of the Sturbridge Conservation Commission will be conducted via remote participation to the greatest extent possible. Specific information and the general guidelines for remote participation can be found on the town's website. For this meeting, members of the public who wish to listen or to watch the meeting may do so either online via the town's on-demand video broadcast, on cable television on channel 191, or dial into the meeting at 774-304-1455, enter 1428 pound for the meeting number and 12345 for the access code. The phone number will only be active during the public meeting. No in-person attendance of members of the public will be permitted, but every effort will be made to ensure the public is adequately accessed to the proceedings in real time via technological means. In the event we are unable to do so, despite best efforts, we will post on the town's website an audio or video recording, transcript, or other comprehensive recording as soon as possible after the meeting. All right? We've got that under our belt. I will now take attendance. We have 100% attendance, all 5 members. Stephen Chidester. Stephen Chidester here.
Stephen Chidester here.
Okay, David Barnacle.
I thought you already said we were all here.
I know, but I'm proving it.
I didn't know this was a mental test.
There's
Yes, David Barton here.
There's an earthquake.
Steve Halderman.
Steve Halderman, I am here.
David's here. Eric Casper here. And Ed Goodwin is here. That being said, I am going to read the opening statement for public hearings. In the interest of saving time, the Town of Sturbridge Conservation Commission will hold all public hearings tonight for work within a wetland, water body, or resource area and or within the 200-foot buffer zone to a wetland, water body, or resource area in accordance with Mass Wetland Protection Act, MGL, Chapter 131, Section 40, and associated regulations, and the Town of Sturbridge Wetland Bylaws and associated regulations. We will not be reading the newspaper ad. Prior to the opening for the first hearing of each project, the applicant is to submit proof of notification to abutters within 200 feet of the subject property line and proof of legal newspaper advertisement. If these items are not submitted, the public hearing will not open. Additionally, prior to start of each public hearing, we will announce the location of the project, the applicant, and the applicant's representative. All right? Through that, as far as the agenda is concerned, we are at 6:04. Becky, what do you want to pursue until public hearings start?
Yep, we saved the most time in the beginning. We have Dan from Hamilton Ryan Gun Club on here. They have a land use request in front of you for the use of the Simpson property. That's for the R100 archery shoot that they've done historically over the past couple years. So I'll let Dan give a description of it for you, but just before that, I would just say that I recommend the approval. I went back and I looked at the permit that we issued. They didn't do it last year because of COVID, but in 2019, when we did issue that, we did issue a few conditions with that permit. So just quickly, You have to abide to all the terms and conditions in the memorandum of agreement with Opakam Land Trust. They did reach out to Opakam and have the same agreement for this year. UTVs may be used to transport the archery targets only. UTVs shall not be used to transport people or to administer the event. UTVs shall remain on existing cart roads. Hamilton Rod and Gun Club is responsible for repairing any damage resulting from the event or the use of motorized vehicles. All targets, signs, and other material from the archery event shall be removed from the community forest within one week of conclusion of the event. No disturbance of stone walls in the property. Only minimal trimming of small brush and limbs would be allowed for the sole purpose of creating shooting lanes. And then it said, please minimize all cutting of vegetation and no construction of new trails. So that's what we issued in 2019 with their approval.
All right. Any
Dan,
member?
anything you want to add?
What'd you say, Beck?
I didn't know if Dan had anything you wanted to.
Yeah, so yes, once again, we're looking to host the R100. I will add that we have walked the Plimpton property, and there are a few very large trees down in the trails. So our plan would be to cut those such that we could get our ATVs through, so we could actually move the targets around without disturbing the property or the land too much. So we're just hoping that's not going to be a problem. I'm told that they're very large trees, 2, maybe 3 feet in diameter. So we will take care of that and make sure all that is moved out of the way.
How many, Dan?
I think there's just one that they told me about, one really big one.
Okay. All right. Any board members have any questions? Comments? Becky, what was that, Becky? Is that hand going up? No.
Oh, no,
She was adjusting a picture.
Yeah. Okay. Do I have a motion to approve the request?
So moved, David Barnacle.
And a second?
Steve Alderman, second.
Steve, second. Any discussion?
Yes, I'd like them to continue doing the work that they've been doing in the past few years because it has been really good.
Yeah, no, that's great. All in favor? We'll start with Eric.
Eric Gaspar in favor.
Stephen.
Stephen Chittister in favor.
David.
David Barnacle in favor.
And Steve Haldeman.
Steve Alderman in favor.
All right. And Ed Goodwin in favor. Thanks, Dan.
All right, thank you, gentlemen and ladies.
Take
Have
care.
a pleasant evening.
You too.
Okay.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Becky, what do you want to do next?
Yep, so we have another land use request. This is for the lead mine property. This is another one that we had seen in 2019. This is from Clark University. There's a professor who's requesting to place audio recorders on the lead mine property to understand bird and insect biodiversity on the property. They're also reaching out to Old Sturbridge Village to ask to do it on their property as well. There'll be 2 recorders placed on the property, and they'll be collecting data from spring to the fall. I recommend approval. DFW has been notified. I have not received word back from them on that. They did in 2019 approve that use. So all they're doing is they have recorders out there. They chain them loosely to trees so that way no one takes them, and they're not put anywhere that interferes with anybody.
Okay. Any comments from members of the board?
David Barnacle, David Barnacle, I would like to make one comment. That is that we don't need permission from Fish and Wildlife. We have care, custody, control of the property. So if we feel that it's a good project, and I read the statement that was submitted by Clark University, I thought it was extraordinarily interesting sounding. So I think we should just proceed with it.
Would there be any physical change to the land, David, in any of the spots that you're talking about?
Oh, they're talking about these microphones that, according to the write-up, are miniature. They're like 4 by 6, a pack of cigarettes, maybe 3, and there's not going to be 1,000 of them. there's only a couple ruling in favor.
All right, anybody else have a comment?
Oh, I would make one other suggestion, though. We would like to see a copy of the report that they provide, because it would be very interesting to hear exactly what they find out. This is a completely new territory for us. We have not heard about that sort of investigation being done.
Becky?
Yeah, and I did ask her about the 2019 data because I thought you'd ask. And with COVID and everything, they haven't had time to go through all of it. They haven't compiled it yet. But I did tell her that you would be interested in that. And one thing that I think is interesting too is that now that the stream restoration work is complete and we have more of that open habitat, they're interested in seeing what type of use we're going to have down there. So I think that'll be really interesting for the stream restoration aspect to see what we're bringing in now.
Okay. Do I have a motion?
Make a motion that we approve of this project.
Eric Gaspar, second.
Eric? Seconds. Any further discussion? All in favor? Eric?
Eric Gaspar in favor.
Stephen?
Stephen Chittister in favor.
David?
David Barnacle in favor.
Steve?
Steve Halterman in favor.
And Ed Goodwin in favor. All right, great. Well, Becky, one more, 611.
Sure. Do you want to do the minutes now, or do you want to wait on those?
That's a good idea. Do I have a motion on the minutes?
I'd like to make a motion that we approve the minutes of last month's meeting, please.
I'll second that. Steve Halterman.
Any discussion?
Should have said revised minutes, right, Aaron?
Yes.
Yep. Any further discussion? All in favor? Stephen?
Stephen Chittister in favor.
Eric?
Eric Gaspar in favor.
David?
David Barnacle in favor.
Steve Haldeman?
Steve Halterman in favor.
And Ed Goodwin in favor. All right. Through the minutes. And we are now at 6:12. We got one more quick one, Beck?
Sure. So number 16 on the agenda, we have Walker Pond submitted an extension request for their orders of conditions. It's DEP file number 300-925. They're asking for a 3-year extension for their current management plan. I don't see any concerns with that. I did note with all of these lake management permits, we've seen a lot of them recently come in for some minor modifications with the use, and what we've told them is that they do need to apply for a new permit soon. So the one thing I would add in the letter, recommend that's added in there, that this would be the last extension that was granted, because they did have a modification use to their chemical use that they're using, I believe last year that you permitted. And at that time they were told that they would need to refile soon for a new permit for that management.
This is on 925.
Yep. Yep, number 16 on the agenda.
Yep. Any comments? Eric?
No, I'm good.
Stephen?
Good.
Steve?
No, I'm good with this.
And David?
I'm fine with it also.
I am also. Do I have a motion?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, move to approve the indication from the agent.
All right.
Eric Gaspar, second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, Stephen?
Stephen Chittister in favor.
David?
David Barnacle in favor.
Steve Haldeman?
Steve Halterman in favor.
Eric Gaspar?
Eric Gaspar in favor.
And Ed Goodwin in favor. All right. That's enough time, right, Becky? Now we are back to 6:15 time, 93 Shore Drive RDA landscape improvement. I want to fashion the meeting like we did the last one. The meeting notes are immense and detailed. So I'm just give Becky her comment, then the applicant's comment, and then go to the board. Okay? Becky, go ahead.
Okay, I'd first add that we do have receipt of legal ad posting and a butter notification. I don't know if the representatives are here or not. If they're not, I'm happy to go over the project because it is a fairly small project. Jeff, can I have the ability to share my screen, please?
It's just, where are we, the chip? Are you asking Becky for the applicant? The applicant's
Yeah, I'm doing it right now. It just takes a second. So let me.
Oh, okay, yeah.
All right. So I can zoom in if you need me to. I see it differently than you. So let me know if you need to see it a little closer in. But what we're looking at here, we have an existing single-family house lot where they want to construct a pervious paver patio within the buffer zone to Cedar Lake. So the patio will be located within 50 feet of the resource area. However, it is outside of our 25-foot no touch, and it is a pervious patio. We did a site visit out there last week when we went out for all our visits. They will be installing erosion controls between the work area and the resource area. Considering that it's the lawn right now and it's a pervious patio, I don't have any concerns with the project. There's no trees that'll be removed. I would recommend for your determination to issue a negative number 3 and a positive number 5. And with that, I would add just the standard conditions we do for erosion control during work with the project. That's all.
Okay. Do we have an applicant? We don't.
Hello, this is Mark from Ground Effects. I'm the representative for the homeowner.
Okay. Yep, go ahead.
It's just as Becky had stated, it's a small 25 by 20 patio. It will be a pervious surface. Everything below is crushed stone. There's nothing to hold the water back from infiltrating into the ground. And I mean, it's pretty small, straightforward project. I don't know what else I can add.
Okay. All right, anybody in the commission have a comment? Seeing none, do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion that we approve.
Go to the public. Yep. Jeff, could we see if there's anybody in the public who'd like to speak to this?
Good evening. Is there anyone on the public line that would like to speak to the 93 Shore Drive application? No one's on the line, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Jeff. That said, do I have a motion? Close the public hearing?
So moved, Steve Haldeman. Second, Eric Gaspar.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Stephen?
Stephen Chittister in favor.
Steve?
Steve Haldeman in favor.
David?
David Barnacle in favor.
Eric?
Eric Gaspar in favor.
And Ed Goodwin in favor. We got a few minutes, Becky.
Do we need to approve the project or no?
Okay, sorry.
I need a motion for the project.
Yep. All right, motion for the project.
I'm Steve Haldeman. I move that we vote to issue a negative number 3 and a positive number 5 on this RPA.
Do I have a
Second?
Eric Gaspar? Discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Starting with Steve Alderman.
Steve Alderman in favor.
Stephen Chidester.
Stephen Chittister in favor.
Eric Gaspar.
Eric Gaspar in favor.
And Ed Goodwin in favor.
David Barnacle's in favor too.
David, you in favor, David? Sorry about that. I'll tell you, gotta get going here. All right, we're now at 6:20. We have to wait at 6:25, Beck.
Okay.
What would you like to,
Well, we have some tree removals we can squeeze in here if you want.
what number?
Number 17.
Number 17.
Yep.
Okay, go for it.
So this is 15 Old Hamilton Road. This is a tree removal request. We did a site visit out there last week. They are requesting to remove 10 dead and or declining trees on the property. We did go out there. They had them flagged. They also included an arborist report, which they confirmed they're dead or dying. Most of them were red pines, which are infected. Based off what we saw, I would recommend approval of it, and based on the amount of trees that were in the vicinity of where they're being removed, it wouldn't appear that replacements would be necessary.
All right, any discussion? Steve Alderman?
I'm in favor. Steve Alderman.
All right.
Oh, what?
Stephen Chidester?
Stephen Chittister in favor.
Dave Barnacle?
David Barnacle in favor.
Eric?
Eric Gaspar in favor.
And Goodwin in favor. Right. Becky, you want to do one more?
Sure.
Preston?
So number 18, this is 4 Crescent Way. Another request for tree removal. This is the removal of 2 large pine trees. I did go out and do a site visit last week. They are located on the top of a pretty steep slope, which is well vegetated with mature trees. There's understory on the embankment down to a border vegetated wetland. The person here, we have another one a couple doors down. The person is concerned because it's right on the back of the house, right in the back of, there's a small patio, probably about 10 feet, and the trees are right there, and they've been dropping limbs in the past storms on the house and in that patio area, and they're concerned. It's a safety concern. They're not dead or dying. It's just more of a safety concern for them due to the size of the tree and the dropping of the limbs. They will be using a crane to remove the tree, and based off of the amount of trees and the vegetated slope down to the resource area, it wouldn't appear that replacement trees right there would be necessary. The person who lives there actually has been protecting all the trees in the area against the beavers. The beavers are actually causing some impact on that slope with some of the smaller trees there. So she's been, taking the effort to go and cage those in for the beavers. So figured I'd add that in there. I don't have any concerns with it. Due to their concern with the safety and seeing that the limbs have fallen there, I would recommend it to people.
For both of them? Are you recommending both right now?
No, I'm just doing 4 Crescent. There's 2 trees at 4 Crescent.
Okay. All right. Any discussion?
I have one question, Becky. You put the 2 plots together that the tree cutting is going to take place. Is that going to be detrimental to the canopy on that slope?
No, there was a lot of mature trees in that area, and these two trees are probably a couple hundred feet away from the other one, where they're located. So it's not all 3 right in the same spot. And these two that are being removed are right next to each other too. So
You don't feel that the canopy will be impeded?
Well, yeah, there'll be a little bit of a loss of canopy where these 2 come out, but it's pretty far from the wetland. I think we're talking about, down the embankment over, about 100 feet away. to the wetland, so it's not right next to the wetland either.
Any other questions? Hearing none, I'll go to a vote. Steve Halterman,
Steve Haldeman, I'm in favor.
Stephen Chidester,
Stephen Chittister in favor.
David Barnacle,
I'm going to abstain.
Eric Gaspar,
Eric Gaspar in favor.
and Ed Goodwin in favor. Becky, do you want to do 10 Crescent Way while we're at it?
Yeah, because I think it's quick, just in case they're watching, they don't have to stay on till later.
Yeah.
All right, so number 19, 10 Crescent Way, another request for removal of trees. This is one large pine tree, also located top of a slope. This one actually recently split. A large limb, almost like half the tree, fell down. It was there, so we were able to see it. Same thing, close to developed area. There's a good amount of trees in the area that they are protecting from the beavers. Due to the canopy in the area, I wouldn't think that it's necessary to plant another tree for that. Same thing, crane removal proposed out of there. So I'd recommend approval without any replacements, and obviously, no stump or root removal approved with this.
Any discussion? Steve, you're moving toward your mic because you're going to say something?
Just changing my computer around a little bit.
Okay.
Thank you, though, for being so observant.
Hey, I'm missing some things I got to catch up on some way. All right, all in favor? Eric?
Eric Gaspar in favor.
David?
Once again, I'm going to abstain. David Barnacle.
Okay. Stephen?
Stephen Chittister in favor.
Steve?
Steve Haldeman in favor.
And Ed Goodwin in favor. All right, that takes care of 19. Becky? So we're going to move back. Beg your pardon?
Yeah, we're at 6:25, so if you want to go back to the public hearing.
I'm getting some vibration out of your mic, Becky. I don't know if everybody else is.
Yeah, I'm here. Same thing.
Okay. I did get a little notification that I'm losing internet, or some more notification that came up and said that I can shut my web camera off. It might be better. So let me try that to see if that's why I don't have the bandwidth.
I'll
Is
say
that
something.
better now? Is that better?
Didn't seem it to me. Well, that seems a little better. Speak again.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay.
I think
it's a little better, Becky.
Okay. If not, let me know. I can call in on the phone too.
All right, let's try it. We are at number 625, 59 Bennett's Road. Notice of intent to raise and rebuild a single-family home, septic system, well, and associated site work. EP file number is not. We don't have one yet, right, Beck?
Correct.
Okay. All righty. Go ahead, Becky.
All right, I'm going to pull up my screen. Let me know if you want me to move around. All right, so just quick summary. It's the raise and rebuild of the seasonal cottage with a new single-family house, installation of a well, and a new septic system. The property is on both sides of Bennett's Road. You can see in the left-hand side, resource area, we have land underwater and bank associated with Leadmine Pond. On the right-hand side, we do have a bordering vegetated wetland located off of the property. So we did perform a site visit. Just quickly, we do have the legal ad in the butter notifications. We did perform a site visit out here last week. So a few notes from the site visit, which we shared with the photos, which hopefully you can see. The existing cottage is located on top of a steep slope that drops down. It was a little unclear from the plans if that area would be removed, what type of grading might be necessary there. Something the engineer can provide a little details on that. There is some native vegetation on both sides of the cottage that appears probably because it hasn't been used, that has grown in that area. There is a limit of work shown on here, and the application did state that removal of trees is not necessary. The limit of work line is pretty close to a couple of the mature trees on the site. Question for the engineer I would recommend asking is it realistic that those trees or tree roots will not be impacted during work? Typically what I find is that, you know, I go out and when they're ready to start this work, because they have to dig the foundation bigger than what, you know, the actual foundation is, they actually do end up impacting some of these trees that are adjacent to the limit of work. So it'd be good to understand if they're, the large oaks will be removed as part of the project at this time. Also, there's no parking noted on the plan. It'd be useful to see where parking is proposed. It's a pretty tight area, and what type of surface would be proposed for that. They do include some drip strips on the side of the structure for infiltration of stormwater runoff off the roof. It would be good. There's a couple different architectural plans are included. A couple different roof lines there. Get an understanding if all of those roofs are going to be infiltrated or if it's just a portion of the structure. In addition, I did yesterday have the opportunity to speak to the Board of Health office, and they did confirm that there will be a variance or multiple variance requests needed for this. The Board of Health agent did indicate that for the well shown to the north of the property would require a variance request, which hadn't been submitted. It did speak to the engineer. It's my understanding they are going to submit that. But also the plan does need to show any other wells or septic or type tank in addition to that. So, at this time, I would recommend that, the project ultimately is continued to allow the variance request process to go through Board of Health because that is going to be, the approval of this project is contingent on that they can do this raise and rebuild for here. But I would recommend that obviously have a discussion and, ask any questions necessary of the engineer and any type of plan revisions you might be looking for. I would recommend.
Okay, go ahead.
Sorry, Glennie. I would just recommend that it's not continued to the next meeting. I did speak with Lenny Delbert there, and I think they're going to be looking at a continuation request to June 1st or June 15th, I believe, to go through that variance request. You can go ahead, Lenny.
Yeah, okay.
I agree with what you said. There's a couple things pending here. Number one is the DEP file number was not obtained, and the other one was that the well that was located on the property on the northerly, easterly side of the property was erroneously stated as being something like 200 and something feet away from the system, whereas right now the well actually is located 51.4 feet from the system itself. What we have to do is we have to apply to the Board of Health relative to a variance for the well location, which will be at 51.4 feet. Also, they wanted the plan showing the wells located on lot 57 and then lot 63, which are roughly 200 feet from the property on both sides, which will be shown on the plan. So we petitioned the Board of Health for a hearing on that. Therefore, I agreed that we should wait till about the 16th for the meeting for conservation. And the other thing is that we also have pending with the Zoning Board of Appeals, which mentioned they wanted to see the revised plans. So with those concerns, I would propose and recommend that we extend the meeting to go to the following month of the 16th.
That said, any comments from members of the board for Lenny before we?
This is David Barnacle. I have one comment. Becky, in the beginning of your description, you spoke about clarifying some items on the plan that were not clear to you. We need to make certain that Lenny is aware of them and that they will be included on the plan for us and on the plan prior to submitting it to the planning board.
Right, and I guess that's clarification. There's the trees on site, that they will be protected during work. What we looked at in some of our past projects from arbors is it's typically like a 15-foot root zone protection. Considering the oak down here on the south side, it doesn't look like there would be that 15-foot, and it's kind of a hill. And in order to get that foundation in, just standing on site, it doesn't seem like it's possible to keep that tree. So I think getting clarification on the vegetation removal, where parking will be, what type of grading might be necessary, work in the front, what's the elevation going to be down here with the house is necessary. And then also, it was in my notes, I failed to mention it, that this would be a new structure within your 50-foot no new structure setback. They did work to pull it out of the 25-foot buffer from where it originally was, and move it back to some degree where they could. There are some limitations on the site to move it any further, the road and the power lines there. But it would require that you grant a waiver for this project. So they would need to demonstrate that they can meet a waiver, and that would be providing that 2-to-1 mitigation outlined in the regulations. So they should be prepared to do that. And then, right, what are the surfaces going to be? Where's parking? What is that going to be? Is this going to be lawn, et cetera? What is the plan for the final surface of those areas?
Thank you.
Okay. Anybody? Steve Haldeman, you have any comments?
No, because we're going to see this again in the next meeting, or whenever we do. So I'm okay right now.
Stephen Chidesta?
Yeah, I've got a question. So Becky, the black line, what does the black line represent?
That was the existing structure, and the purple is the new structure.
But you said they worked to pull it out of the 25-foot buffer, so I was confused by that because it looks like it was outside of the 25-foot buffer to begin with.
Well, actually, maybe we didn't mark that correctly. There is a line. Oh no, that's the new deck. Erin, well, I can pull up the other plan.
I believe that is deck. If you look at the
this is the
house
this is deck
picture, it's all deck, but I don't know if that counts.
Yeah, that was going to be one of my questions, Aaron, of Lenny.
Yeah.
Lenny,
Yeah, the deck actually existed, and it was roughly 24.5 feet from the lake itself, which was encroaching upon the 25-foot limit. What it is the red line you see on the plan itself. It would be completely removed, which is the structure, and then the new structure would be placed, which is in the black line, which is away from the 25-foot buffer. The stairwell and everything in the deck proper would be 25.5 feet from the shoreline, whereas right now it's 24.5.
Lenny, is this a 3-story walkout structure?
If you consider the basement a story, no, it would be 3 stories from the back, but only 2 stories from the front.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Okay, so can we get details on what's going to be down around that walkout? I mean, if you're talking about walkout, and are there other decks that are planned? Any decks that are planned for this?
See, there would be a deck in the back of it, which is shown on the plan itself, which shows the stairwell and everything in black, with the deck above in black, which is set back from the 25-foot line. If you look at the building elevations on the
now, where is the back? Itself, the back to the lake, or the back to away from the lake?
The back closest to the lake itself is there's a deck in the back there with stairs, which is all beyond the 25-foot limit.
In the new number 59?
That's correct. Yeah. Yep.
But is that in the dimension of that, that we're looking at?
It's in the stairwells and everything else is over 25 feet back from the lake itself. Yes.
Is the deck and stairwell in the dimension of what we are looking at?
It should be, yes.
You don't know?
Where I'm moving my cursor here, is this new deck or is that the existing deck?
No, the 25.5 would actually be the distance for the new deck. The 24.5 is the old deck, which is in the red line.
Right on the buffer, yeah, that's the 25-foot buffer. There is a black line underneath there. I mean, it is hard to see.
Another question that came up on the site visit was, are you going to have parking over the septic system? Where's the parking?
Yes, there will be the tank, the septic tank, and the pump chambers themselves will be H20 loading, and will allow for parking on the northeasterly side of the lot itself. So they still will have parking on that side.
Okay. Anybody else have any questions? These are things I'd like to be comfortable with at the next meeting, Lenny.
Okay.
Yeah, for the next meeting, I'd really like to see definitively the existing structure and what the new structure is.
Yeah.
What do you mean? We submitted the plan showing the existing structure and then the new structure. We also gave you the building plans for the building being constructed in the submittal.
I think there's some confusion though, Lenny, because I'm looking at the purple line on this plan, and it doesn't seem to match. I think the actual new structure is bigger than that, including the deck.
Well, whether they are or they aren't, we need to see it.
Okay. I'll go over it with Becky and make sure it's clear when it's presented the second time.
You. Anybody else have anything for Lenny that would make
I have one more question. It's really for the whole board. The title of this project is a raise and rebuild. My question for the board is, Lenny keeps talking about the 25-foot buffer, but we have a 50-foot no new build. How does this not fit within that, since it could be moved back more than just 20? The difference between what was there and what is going to be there is 1 foot away from a buffer zone, away from the lake.
Okay, you got to remember too that the constriction of the property is such that if with the building that is proposed, it's going to be roughly 14.7 feet from the traveled way, which if you look at the zoning regulations, is supposed to be 30 feet, which it is not. So, but we're staying within a reasonable travel distance from the traveled way for the building, and we're staying basically within the footprint of the existing building. So, going with the Zoning Board of Appeals, it should be acceptable.
Perhaps forgive me, Lenny, for saying this, but the Zoning Board of Appeals and the Conservation Commission don't have the same regulations. We're worried about protecting the lake. We're not worried about protecting the traveled way.
Correct. I agree.
All right, any other questions?
I have a comment on Dave's question or comment to us. Yeah, I think that our regs allow a rebuild if it's in the exact same footprint, especially the leading edge, meaning that part that's closest to the resource area. So I guess I'm confused. If the black is the existing and the purple is the new, I think somebody stated that backwards before. And
no, it should be the red is the existing and the black is the new.
The red to me is just simply a 25-foot line. I'm talking about the house. You've got a black line.
The house, according to the plans the way they were submitted, the house layout itself is in red.
Yeah,
I just want to add, Lenny's looking at his plan before we marked it up, and his plan that he submitted that was with the notice of intent that we gave you, that probably is what he's looking at, that has the red and the black. We make these copies and highlight the buffer zones and outline these things, and it may have been just something that we missed, adding that on there that made it confusing.
The original deck is not included in any lines. They're very light, so you're having a hard time seeing. The light black line goes into the 25, like right along the 25-foot buffer, and there's stairs. And then like another line, which it's hard to see because I marked up other lines, but I apologize. The purple is what Lenny had on as the new part. But the existing, not marked.
I'm going to trunk it there because you're coming back, and that needs to be clarified. Jeff, can we go to the public to see if there's anybody that has any questions, please?
We're still on 59 Bennett.
Yes.
Good evening. Is there anyone on the public line that would like to speak to 59 Bennett Road application? Is there anyone on the public line that would like to speak to the 59 Bennett Road application? There's no one to speak. All set.
Thanks, Jeff. I'd like a recommendation for a continuation to what date, Becky, the 15th?
June 15th.
June 15th. Do I have that motion from someone?
So moved, David.
I believe that we.
Okay, and Steve seconds it. All in favor of the continuation? Stephen Chidester?
Stephen Chittister in favor.
Alderman?
Alderman in favor.
Eric?
Eric Akbar in favor.
And who did I miss? David?
David Barnacle in favor.
And Ed Goodwin in favor. We are now at Camp Road.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thanks, Lenny.
Yeah, take care. Okay, 28 Camp Road and 704 Main Street, notice of intent, construction of a new single-family home and associated site work, DEP file number 300- nobody knows. That's XXX.
Sorry to interrupt. Yesterday, DEP did issue a file number. It's 1101.
Oh, okay, good. Okay, Becky?
All right, so just quickly to summarize, I'll pull up my screen, share. What we're looking at here is construction of a single-family home and a two driveways. Driveway coming in from Camp Road and one from Main Street, Route 20. This project, started with a cease and desist. There was some work occurring within jurisdiction that hadn't been permitted. I was notified, went to the site, met with the property owner and the contractors. They did stop working. We worked to have BNC's erosion controls installed on site, as well as some findings to reduce the potential for erosion on the property. They did file the notice of intent. We have some different resource areas here that we're looking at. We have long ponds, so we have land underwater at bank. We do have to the south, we have a bordering vegetated wetland. We also have some other resource areas on the site. So they did file the application. We are missing a little bit of information with it. One being there's some additional work, including the driveway to Main Street that hasn't been included on it, as well as looking at, we had asked that all the resource areas be delineated. So what I would put here for you to look at is the additional work that they would like to complete on the property. Have them look at where resource areas are within 200 feet of that work. And then also show where there's some notations on here, I was told from the engineer, some of the additional work that they're planning to restore. I'd like to have that shown on the plan for you and what their restoration methods are for that. So with that said, like I said, DEP did issue a file number yesterday. They didn't have any comments with that. I would recommend a continuation to address the comments that I added in the detailed agenda, most of which I just mentioned to you. And I think that I spoke to the engineer earlier today, thinking about what a realistic time frame to how that continues to get that work completed on the property. So maybe at least June 1st.
Okay. Mark, how you doing?
I'm good. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, I can. Anybody else have a problem hearing him?
I hear him.
Okay. Go ahead, Mark.
So basically, it's a couple parcels of land that span from Camp Road over to Main Street. The Camp Road driveway has been put in, and he would like to put the driveway over to Main Street. As Becky mentioned, I just showed teeing up there. He originally was going to go down below where the that little wet area is, but he's since not going to do that. He's going to go up to the property line, but there is some possible wetland area above it, and I'm going to go out. He's flagged where the driveway is going to go, and I'm going to survey on both sides to make sure there's no wetlands, and if there are any wetlands, to map them out so we can see those. And other than that, the house site, the site's highly disturbed. It's been, there's all kinds of cart roads that run through the property, and all probably, I would guesstimate, were done 30 to 40 years ago, probably predates the Wetlands Protection Act. So that was originally how it's going to get to the Main Street area, but now he's just going to take the high road to avoid as many impacts to any wetlands as possible.
And you're looking for a continuation, Mark?
Yeah, we're looking for a continuation. I got to map out that and show it on a plan exactly where it's going to be, and give you guys some time to go out there and review where the driveway is going to go and any possible wetlands that might be within 200 feet.
All right. So when would that, well, how far out do you want to be continued to?
Well, they said, I talked to Becky earlier today, and she thought maybe the 1st of June, the meeting in June.
Okay, Becky, what do you think? June 1st?
Yeah, I definitely don't think he's going to have time to do it for the May 18th meeting, considering it would just give a week to get materials in. So I think that's probably more realistic.
Okay. Members, David, any comments?
And until we see the new plan.
Okay. Who else? Anybody else? Eric?
Yeah, this is Steve Haldeman. Please notify the commission as soon as we get word that the flags are up and everything. We can go and take a look at it with the flags, the driveway, and for the wetland.
Mr. Chairman, we're also going to need to know what the surfaces of these two driveways is comprised of.
Okay. Even anything?
No, nothing for me.
Okay. And I'm comfortable with where Mark's headed with it. It'll be better than where it was. Jeff, could we see if the audience?
Hello, is there anyone to speak to the 28 Camp Road application? Hello, is there anyone in the public line to speak to the 28 Camp Road application? Nope, no one to speak.
Thank you, Jeff. Do I have motion to continue the public hearing until June 1st?
So moved. Steve Halderman.
Second. All right, all in favor? Stephen?
Stephen Chittister in favor.
David?
David Barnacle.
Eric? Eric Gaspar in favor. Steve? Steve Halterman in favor. And Ed Goodwin in favor. Thanks, Mark.
Thank you. I'm on next too.
All right. It's 55. All right, Walker, 238 Walker Road, notice of intent, construction of a single-family home and associated site work. DEP file number. Do you get a file number for this, Beck?
Yes, they did issue a file number yesterday. It's 1,100.
Okay. Becky, what do you say?
All right, so just for summary, this is construction of a single-family house, well, septic, driveway, etc. This is currently a forested lot. We did receive receipt of legal ad and the butter notifications for the project. The site is located within priority habitat and estimated habitat for state listed species. The application, I did speak to the engineer about this. They didn't realize it wasn't sent to Natural Heritage. They are planning on sending the submission to Natural Heritage. Until that's done, and we have Natural Heritage comments, you can't vote and close the public hearing on the project. So the site is approximately 14.73 acres. It's the image that discloses the work on the front of the property that we're looking at. We've got bordering vegetated wetlands on the site. There is an intermittent stream which flows beneath Walker Road. I guess I should pull my plan up here for you. That'd be helpful. Which is shown to the north of this property and crosses the road up here. We did go out last week and did a site visit. We did walk the wetland line. There was an area that we had some discussion about and we looked at, some question about jurisdiction there. We did, look for indicators of hydrology. We didn't note hydrocoils. It didn't appear to have dominant wetland vegetation. However, I did ask the engineer, the application didn't include the DVW data sheet, so I did ask them to include that for research area, and then also one for that area that we looked at in a little more detail. When we were out there, we did discuss some potential revisions to the project, because that back area, kind of where the well is almost shown here, that area does grade and drain down towards the resource area. The engineer is looking at some project revisions to move the project footprint, kind of pull things more towards the septic area to kind of leave that area a naturalized area and take work out of that area. So I'll pass it over to Mark. Those are my primary comments on it. Also, just to make sure, as noted in the agenda, detailed agenda, I mean, all of the buffer zones need to be shown on here. The yellow one just says DC, that's 100 foot. We do need to show, there's some work within the 200 foot jurisdiction. We just need to make sure all the correct resource area, buffer zones, et cetera, are on there. So with that said, my recommendation is going to be to continue the public hearing, to allow him to submit to Natural Heritage as required, and then make the modifications to the plan that we had discussed out in the field. I did speak to him earlier today, and we discussed a continuation date of June 1st as probably a realistic date, considering need to make the plan revisions, file with Natural Heritage, and have a 30-day turnaround, or it can be up to 30 days. So that is all.
All right. Mark, what do you have to say? Anything?
No, I spoke with Becky earlier today. She did a good job covering it. It's just the up near the road is high and dry, and that's where the development's gonna be. It's an old wood lot that the gentleman who has it now, his father had for years, and he would just cut cordwood off during the oil crisis back in the 70s or 80s, whenever it was, and it's on the very tail. It abuts Walker Wells State Park. It's the last parcel on Walker Road on the left-hand side before you get to the park entrance. And like Becky said, what I'm going to do is just try to pull that house a little closer to the septic system and maybe a tad bit closer to the road, and so we can minimize disturbances there and try to maintain good, strong buffers to the wetlands.
Okay. Any questions from the board? Stephen?
No, I appreciate what Mark said. That sounds good.
Steve?
No, I don't have any comments.
Eric?
No, I think once it's adjusted, it'd be a good project. Thank you, Mark, for working with us.
David?
2 comments. The first one is, Mark, that was 1974.
Okay, thank you.
The second one,
Before Mark.
I was a babe at that time. However, wouldn't it also be helpful, Mark, to have a limit of work line put on the sketch? I can't see one here.
I have one on there, so it's just above the hay bales, and the erosion control is just below it. So I have a proposed limit of work, no work or tree cutting beyond.
Yeah, I see it.
Mark, is a full foundation planned for this site?
It'll be a walkout basement.
It'll be a walkout basement. So with the diggings or the findings or whatever you want to call it, where are they gonna move that to? Is that
what? I'm sorry, Ed, I didn't get that. You cut out.
Okay. When they dig the foundation, what are they going to do with the digs, with what they take out?
We could, some will be pushed off to the side. I don't think there's going to be a tremendous amount. The foundation is kept high. A walkout will minimize the amount of dig out that's there and fill that needs to be brought in, but we could certainly put a notation on the plan that all excess material shall be removed from the site. If there is any extra, not to, lose it on the site, just truck it away.
Yeah, it isn't so much that as going back to probably Mr. Barnacle's comment that we should have a line, a tight line on the construction. Because as you know, it's a bony piece of land, all rock rolling down. It's all been washed, and they start putting an excavator in there, and they're going to come up with some huge rocks.
That's true. They will come up with some big rocks.
Yeah.
And in the springtime,
I hate to see those pushed down the hill.
Flooded.
Those are my comments. Jeff, you want to see if we have anybody in the audience who would like to speak?
I'm working on it. Hold on.
I didn't hear what he said. What?
Good evening. Is there anyone on the public line to speak to the 238 Walker Pond Road application? Is there anyone on the public line to speak to the 238 Walker Pond Road application? No one to speak.
Thanks, Chet. The applicant has agreed to a continuation. Eric, how do you vote on a continuation?
I'm okay with it till when?
What's the date? To June 1st.
All right. Eric Gaspar in favor.
Dave Barnacle?
Dave Barnacle's in favor of the motion that wasn't made for moving the date, continuing it to June 1st.
Yeah, but I thought you made that. I heard it in my head.
And I heard you second it too, Eric.
Well, telepathically, I did.
Steve Alderman, how do you vote on this?
I'm in favor.
Steve Holder.
Ed Goodwin in favor. David, did we get you, or are you just talking through the whole thing? What was that? Yes or no, Steve?
Does someone want to make that official for me?
David did.
Okay.
David Barnacle made it official.
Made it official.
I seconded it, Aaron.
Okay.
And Stephen Chittister is in favor of the continuation.
Yeah,
Thanks.
thanks, Stephen. All right, we are now on 122 Main Street. The date on that, time on that, I meant. 6:55, and we are at 7:05. We're behind schedule. 122 Main Street, continued NOI, redevelopment of a gas station, convenience store, DEP file number 300-1093. Becky?
Yeah, so this was continued at the last meeting. We did discuss and requested a peer review for stormwater management. Since that time, I did reach out and submit 3 requests for proposals to different firms. I received 2 back, which I provided to you to look at. Late last week, I was contacted by the site contractor and asked to come out and do a site visit this week with the engineer, contractor, and property owner. So I did go out there yesterday and meet with them. We do have Steve Gayosa on here, who's the project engineer from SciTech. He wasn't able to be on the last meeting with us. He had someone else from his firm stand in for him. So we did meet on site, and we did discuss some additional options for stormwater BMPs out there. He did submit something today, knows that obviously it can't be acted upon because of the time, but he did want to have the opportunity to just go over quickly with you some of the changes that they're looking to add on to there to address some of the current concerns that were originally brought up as far as pre-treatment of stormwater and trying to add some recharge on site.
Okay. If you would like to, Stephen, if you'd like to proceed.
Yes, thank you. Good evening, and for the record, Steve Gayosa with SciTech, Civil and Environmental Consultants, and we are representing the applicant on this project. As Rebecca indicated, we did have an opportunity to meet out on the site, and getting your feedback from the last meeting. As you know, this is a redevelopment of the older gas station at 122 Main, and we had originally proposed some roof recharge as mitigation, removal of impervious surfaces as mitigation, adding some landscape areas, but we're attempting to stay out of the inner buffer zones as well as avoiding the steep embankment that surrounds the down gradient edge of this property. So, you know, one of our concerns is it's a very stable slope. We'd like not to disturb that, and so it kind of limits our abilities to do some mitigation work on this site. But we did take your comments to heart, and we know that you're looking to get some better water quality treatment on this site. Some of the other factors that are limiting our options here are the ledge. The contractor had early on done some exploratory test bits, and as you might expect, we have ledge in the 2 to 4 foot, 5 foot range through a good portion of this site. And also there was remediation work completed under the direction of a licensed site professional for the remediation of the old tanks that were in the ground. And although that remediation has been completed and the LSP has finished their level of work at this point, there will be ongoing monitoring of groundwater conditions on this property to make sure that there aren't residual issues. So with that particular concern, we wanted to also be sensitive to how we retain water on site. So the retaining portions of the site that we have proposed are up gradient of the old tanks, the old steel tanks that have been removed. And that really is focused on the roof drainage so that we're staying with the more clean water getting injected back into the ground on site. But again, in terms of the stormwater management for water quality, we had not proposed anything more than a lower level sediment sump for the site. Looking at the site again and looking at our options for stormwater mitigation for water quality, we have put forward, as Rebecca said just as recently as yesterday. Rebecca, can I share my screen, or do you have that plan available to show?
Yep, I just actually found it. I can pull that up right now.
Okay. So this is the current plan, and just again, orientation, Main Street's at the bottom of the drawing, and obviously the wetlands to the top of the drawing. What we have added to the plan since the last drawing you saw is a trench drain 60 feet long, starting at the island at Main and running parallel to the pump island pad on site. Now, the runoff generally runs from the left of the plan to the right along the face of the building, and that flow path carries the water over the pump island pad and down gradient to the far right side of the drawing, and the eventually into the wetland system down in that corner. So the intent of the trench drain is to intercept all of that water from the front of the site that is directed through this area, plus any runoff that does carry over from the pump island area, and that may pick up a little bit of contaminants so people have, you know, minor drippings from their fueling operation, collected in the trench drain system, and then what we've proposed to use is a ADS stormwater water quality treatment unit. This unit is about 20 feet long. It is more linear, you know, more of a lateral system than going deep into the ground. And we selected this, again, we're trying to avoid blasting and rock removal on this site, so trying to minimize disruption of the landscape here as much as possible. But then getting both sediment TSS removal and oil and grease removal in this system. It functions very similar to a septic tank with a baffled system within the chamber. It's a 3-foot diameter, 20-foot long system that has a number of compartments. The first compartment designed to retain solids within the tank. And then there is a secondary chamber that is baffled with a baffled overflow that collects the floating materials, the oils, the greases, the gas products, anything that might flush off your normal runoff from a paved surface. And this system is rated for use on gas station convenience store properties. From this unit, there would be an overflow pipe. The overflow pipe, instead of going down the slope and directly to the resource, we are directing it to a secondary sediment area on site. So we'll actually have 2 levels of sediment control. The unit, which is rated for 80% TSS removal and 80% oil and grease removal, up through certain storm events, and then have that overflow go towards a sediment sump, and then eventually let the water continue down gradient as it does today. That system is designed based on the size of the tank and the contributing drainage area. And what we've done is we have looked at the peak flows generated from the site that would be intercepted by the trench drain to make sure we're not overloading the water quality unit. And when we run the analysis, we can actually run all the way up through the 50-year storm, and the 50-year storm can be directed into that chamber and not short circuit the TSS and oil and grease removal properties of that unit. So we're going to get really good water quality treatment for a wide range of storms. We also looked at the 100-year event, which obviously we do on all of these sites. And when you look at the 100-year peak flow that we would be collecting, it's only 1% above the rated peak flow capacity of this unit. So we're still, I believe, within the accepted range of treatment. So this treatment system will actually collect all of that water, run it through the unit, and then have a discharge into our little secondary sediment sump, and then eventually into the resource area. So we think that's an improvement without sacrificing flushing a lot more water into the ground near the old tanks, avoiding some of the ledge impacts that we think we've kind of selected a spot where the test pit data seems to indicate a little greater depth to ledge. So again, I think that works well. And the end result is we have less paved surface on this site after the redevelopment, because we're actually going to replace some of that paved surface with some landscaping, as well as the 2 small building additions that'll square off the building. So we hope that's an improvement that the commission is comfortable with, and I'm here tonight to obviously not look for an approval, but to get your input and direction moving forward on this project.
All right. Comments from the board?
I have one question, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, David.
David Barnacle. With this 3 by 20 foot process that's going to be treating everything to an 80% removal rate, you indicated that it's going to be the overflow from it eventually is going to go back down to the water off the slope. Is that going to go in sheet flow, or is that going to be guided by a pipe?
The pipe would go into the sediment basin that we're creating, and then we're going to have a broad overflow from that. So we're trying to, right now the water kind of goes sheet flow over the site, then gets kind of focused. When you're out there, you can actually see where the water goes. It gets kind of focused just off the pavement and then runs down the slope today. What we're going to do is buffer it in that little basin, and then we're going to have a broad, I think it's about a 15-foot broad overflow from that basin to allow the water to continue down gradient.
Thank you.
Eric?
I'm just still trying to figure out why we need to have ability for 16 different pumps on on that small site. But you know that's not for our discussion. But anyway, no, I don't have anything further.
Stephen?
Yeah, I guess, and this is an improvement over what we looked at previously with the stormwater, additional stormwater controls. So are we going to talk about we're going to do the peer review for the stormwater, right?
Right, that's what we're talking about. That's what we're coming to at this meeting.
Yep. All right. That's all I have for right now.
Steve?
Yeah, I think my only question, and I think it's been answered, that ponded area down in the lower right is essentially a level spreader that when water does go over, it'll be as whatever that would be, a 20-foot sheet flow.
Okay.
That's correct. Yep.
Okay, I'm good with that. I mean, I don't have any other questions right now.
I don't either. I think we should move to Fairman and Friday to see if we can get some fresh minds on this, because they went ahead and moved toward this project without any of our approval, and now they're looking for our approval at a point And I feel we should get some unprejudiced opinion on what we should be doing here to protect the wetland. That's kind of where I'm at with it. So,
8 pumps, not 16. But anyway, that's.
what did you say, Eric?
I said, sorry, I misspoke. 8 pumps, not 16. I multiplied in my head. So, anyway, neither here nor there. I just
Not a problem. So where do we go from here, gentlemen? We can close the public hearing.
Third party review?
What? Go to prior, do I have a recommendation? David?
Third party review?
Yeah. Are you making a recommendation for the third party review?
Absolutely.
Do I have a second on that?
Eric
and I second it.
There we go. Second and third, Steve.
All right. Discussion. Seeing no discussion, we'll go to a vote.
Wait a minute, guys. Can we go to the public?
Well, we already have the third party. We need to choose which one, right?
Right, yeah. I was getting confused there.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
That's why I asked. Third party review?
We have 2 proposals.
Right. And do we have someone recommending one of the 2 proposals?
Becky, which one do you prefer?
She's got it in her notes, and I'll make a motion to that effect, that we accept Sherman and Friedrich to do the review.
Eric Gaspar, second that motion.
Discussion. Seeing none, we'll take a vote. All in favor, Steve Haldeman?
Steve Haldeman, in favor.
Stephen Chidester?
Stephen Chittister in favor.
David Barnacle?
David Barnacle in favor.
Eric Gaspar?
Eric Gaspar in favor.
And Ed Goodwin in favor. So we need a continuation.
I move we allow a continuation, Steve Haldeman.
Well, it's ask the applicant.
Second until what date?
Becky, do you have any timetable we could use? Becky? Hello?
Becky has
I don't know if she's
It
dropped
should
out.
probably, Mr. Chairman, be the 1st of June, because it will take a couple of weeks to send out the proposal.
Yeah. All right. Becky, you're not there, huh?
She's on mute.
I would say that needs to be the 1st of June.
All right. Thanks, Aaron. So,
We also ask the public if there's, go to public comment, guys.
yep, we're going to get to that.
Okay.
1st of June would be the date of that proposal. So we've approved that. Could we,
All in favor?
ask for public comment on the project, please? So we have that on.
Good evening. Is there anyone on the public line that would like to speak to the 122 Main Street application, redevelopment of a gas station? Is there anyone on the public line that would like to speak to the 122 Main Street application? There's no comment.
All right. Stephen, will you accept the continuation to June 1st?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks. All in favor, David?
David Barnacle in favor.
Steve Haldeman?
Steve Haldeman, in favor.
Stephen Chidester?
Stephen Chittister in favor.
Eric Gaspar?
Eric Gaspar in favor.
And Ed Goodwin in favor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your time tonight.
Yep.
Yep.
I'm back. Did you miss me? Yeah.
Remember, we were lost without you.
Mr. Chair, I have a question. I just noticed that the DEP file number for the site we just did, it's supposed to be 300-1093, but that's also the site number or the DEP number for item number 8, 126 Arnold Road.
Becky, can you answer that?
I made a mistake there. No, it should be 1093. And then Arnold Road, let me go back. I can, well, no, I'm not in the network at work. Oh, I have some old agendas here. I can fix that. Hold on.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So
Yeah, 122 Main Street is 1093. 126 Arnold Road. What am I doing here? Is 1094. Sorry about that.
Okay. 104 Westwood Drive, notice of intent, shoreline wall and landscape improvements, DP file number 300. Becky, do you have a number?
Yes, they did issue a number yesterday, 1099.
Okay. Becky, you want to go ahead on this?
Let me just get back. Jeff, can you allow me the ability to share my screen again, please?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. All right, so I'll start off. I believe we have Mike Pivo on here tonight, which he can talk about his portion of the project here. We have receipt of legal ad posting and about a notification, so we can open the public hearing. We did perform a site visit out here last week. It's a steep slope. It's a site, actually none of the board members were actually able to go out there, so I went out there with Erin and took some pictures and provided it to them. It is a site that we have been to before. We did have an RDA here not too long ago for the current property owner for a new deck he's going to put on. We did have an RDA on this property a few years ago for the previous property owner for some repairs he made to the foundation wall in the house. So when we went out there, we just had noted it appeared there's some work that occurred on the shoreline retaining wall, new seasonal dock out there. We did bring those, questions that we had about that to the property owner. And Mr. Tebow, he's not involved in that aspect of the project. The existing property owner has been kind of rebuilding an existing shoreline wall that was there, put in some new stairs, etc. So I have discussed that with them. The application should be revised to include that additional work for you to look at. Provided some notes on what we would need for impact calculations, because what we're looking at is bank impact. We do have some land and the water impact associated with that dock, and then we also have bordering land subject to flooding on the property. So we just need to look at those things. It may be advisable due to the kind of scope of work and the site to, pull in an engineer to assist them with some of the calculations and maybe putting a plan together showing existing grading, et cetera. I think that's up to the board. If you think that's necessary for the extent of work, you might want to request that. So as far as what was included in the application, it is a grass area. It is very steep back there. What the property owner is looking for is to have some steps going down to the lake to have better, easier access, and a permeable paver patio, which they would put in some retaining walls there to kind of level out the areas, and also including adding some plantings on the site, including blueberry bushes and some other things, taking away some of that lawn. I think that'll be a good improvement. I don't see any real concerns with the project that's shown on the plan in front of us. I think that obviously protection of resource areas important. I think it'd be important for them to articulate that there's no impact of bordering land subject to flooding with the project. Considering they're taking away and not adding material in that area, that might be easy to document. I think the change in the inclusion of the paver patio area versus having the lawn in that area, I wouldn't see a significant impact to resource area. I guess the commission might want to ask and think about the size of that area, and if they have any concerns about it. That is the area where they have their dock currently, and it looks like historically there was a dock in that area. And some of it's a little flattened already. You can see over here, there's an X, there's a large oak tree here, and there's another one over on the other side of the property, provides a nice canopy in that area. Otherwise, I didn't really note any other trees. I don't remember if there's anything on the side over here. So I think that it's going to be necessary that we look at a continuation here, and then they can come back with that additional information. I definitely would recommend if the commission has any concerns, with the shoreline wall, it's a dry laid stone. We showed you some photos. He did show me that there was a similar type of wall in that location before. So I appreciate that they were, addressed some of my comments and provided that information. I did talk to them about, when we see these replacement walls on banks, that we look for, what alternative options are out there that are better for a resource area, provide improvement for wildlife and some of the other functions of it. And I think that's all.
All right. Mike?
Yes, we're mostly looking for, for feedback. I really have little knowledge about what took place before. The first time I looked at the property last summer, hasn't changed since then. But I think the idea with that, the permeable paver areas was to enlarge a small flat area that's there now, and it was to cut into the hillside and retain it with a larger, more of a naturalistic looking wall, and then kind of convert large areas from lawn to more of a planted with I'm really thinking large vinca ground cover areas, along with some other shrubbery like the blueberry bushes. I think one plus to that flat area created is it is going to give an area where water can permeate the soil and instead of just being runoff. There is an upper area. There's a lower wall that's cutting in, and the upper one is really would be we're talking about some filling there to create another flat area. Otherwise, the style of it would be very much like several other properties I've worked on in the recent past that have a very similar kind of naturalistic look with the stonework. But definitely looking for input, and it's some of this project, particularly the issues with improvements to the existing walls. I don't know, they're not my area of expertise in terms of documentation and so forth. So that's why I'm looking for input there. So that's all I have. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Gentlemen, Steve Haldeman?
Yeah, let's look at that kind of the bump out there, the flat area with the stone wall around it. What would the cross section of that look like? And I'm asking that to reiterate what Becky had said about wildlife moving in and out, not having a barrier there. We normally would, well, we would require an area, and there's some actual dimensional requirements that have escaped me right now. But anyway, curious about if that's a barrier or if wildlife can utilize that area or any other area there as far as that goes.
I think you're talking about the wall lowest on the plan.
Actually, one that's right on the lake.
That would be right. That's the what was existing that we're. I wasn't planning on doing anything with. It had been a wall there. I don't know how. Quite a long time. The homeowner has. I think the top of it. Some of the stones were loosened and starting to fall, and he restacked. It looks like the top of it. So
okay.
It's not.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but what I was talking, I was familiar with that wall on the right side of this plan, but on the left side of the plan, you have boulder wall, and it extends a horseshoe shape into the property.
Gotcha.
That's a new wall.
Correct. That was really, there's a lot of erosion that's going on there. It was cut into there's pictures going back 10 years that the homeowner had passed along, and that was like a boat launch, but it's very subject to erosion. I had recommended we do something there just to hold back, and I'm only talking like a foot and a half. It's not a tall wall, just to help the erosion. So that's the only.
I saw the erosion, and I think that it's a really good place to put a little bit of a barrier. I'm asking, is that an area where wildlife can pass through that area? What's the cross section of that? I mean, it's only a half or so high, but yeah. My question is that the place where we could say, okay, you're not a barrier to wildlife movement?
Right. I don't think it would be. There's the foot and a half wall that steps back. I suppose it depends on what the wildlife is, but it's in front of it. It's pretty much a ramp, and I was just proposing a little bit of a barrier there to prevent the erosion. But the stones would be stepped back, so it's kind of almost forms something of a stairway up.
Okay, that's good. That's what I'm looking for.
Yeah,
thank you.
Certainly could be drawn.
I understand.
Yeah.
Stephen, what do you think? Comments?
Yeah, I don't have any additional comments.
David Barnacle?
No questions.
No questions. Eric?
No question.
No questions. So Becky, you're asking for a continuation for this project. Is that correct?
Yes, I think that they need a continuation so that way they can revise the plan and include all the work, including what he's done to the wall and the dock for approval. And I guess the question, do you guys feel comfortable with continuing with the sketch plan and including calculations for the bank and land underwater, et cetera? Or do you feel that you need to look at an engineered plan and have an engineer assist with calculations, et cetera, for this project?
Comments, anyone?
Mr. Chairman, I'm okay with this type of drawing. Maybe put a cross section of that little area that I was belaboring. But I have no problem with going with this drawing as opposed to costing a lot more money for an engineering drawing that's not going to be any better.
David?
Yeah, I'll agree with Steve on that.
David?
No questions.
Eric?
Yeah, I'm in agreement.
All right. Jeff, you want to find out if anybody in town wants to talk about 104?
Good evening. Is there anyone on the public line that would like to speak about the 104 Westwood Drive application? Is there anyone on the public line to speak to the 104 Westwood Drive application? No one's to speak.
All right, thanks, Jeff. So you have a motion for a continuation, and Michael, are you willing to accept a continuation?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So moved, Eric.
Eric?
I'll second it. Steve Alderman.
Steve Alderman seconded. Discussion? All in favor?
So what date? Can you have that ready in 2 weeks, or would you like first?
I think June 1st would be better.
All right.
Yeah.
Motion. Steve Alderman? How do you vote?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm in favor. Steve Alderman.
Stephen?
Stephen Chittister in favor.
David?
David Barnacle in favor. June 1st continuation.
Yeah.
Eric Gaspar in favor.
And Ed Goodwin in favor. Thanks, Michael.
Okay, thank you.
We're now on to 34 Cedar Street, notice of intent, construction of a new single-family and associated work. EP file number, Becky, do we have a file number here?
We don't have a file number yet for this project.
Okay, so this will have to be continued. All right, Becky, what do you have for us?
All right, I'm going to share my screen, pull the plan up. We have it highlighted, showing blue, obviously resource area. Red is 25-foot no touch, 50-foot is no new structures, and 100-foot, and the rest, obviously, where the 200-foot is off the site here. All right, so we have receipt of legal act posting and about notifications have been received. As we said, we have not received anything from DEP yet, so we would have to continue this. I believe Mr. Tomlin's on here. I think I misspoke here. Did you provide a butter notification?
Yes.
Okay.
Becky, he did.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. So, all right, we did a site visit out here last week. Thank you, Jeff, for taking the site as we asked. It was very useful to see that out there. Did look at the wetland line. As you can tell on the site, maybe hard to see in the plan, the grading does extend towards Cedar Street. You can tell that this is probably, the site is probably all historic wetland that when the Burgess School aquifer was put in a long time ago. Maybe some of the spoils were deposited here. So we, on both sides, we have, the steep slopes, low-lying areas. You can see it on this side here, too. When we did walk out there, did a lot of augering in this area, didn't see indicators of hydrology, no hydric soils. Looked at that for a little while, felt okay with the wetland line there. On the other side, in the vicinity of Flag A7, we did look a little more extensively in this area and did feel that what we were seeing, the observations of soils there, we would like to see some flag revisions in that area, as I indicated in my notes, maybe about 20 feet or so to the west there. We would like to see that modified on the site. So I did speak to the engineer when the application was filed, provided some additional, some preliminary comments on the plan, which I'm glad to see that he incorporated. We talked about adding a, you know, I asked about pulling limited work line back off the back towards the wetland, the yard, which he did do. And he offered to put a split rail fence up, keeping, you know, the area, developed area, you know, a visual monumentation into the future. And then also looking at infiltration for roof runoff and driveway runoff. They are proposing a dry well for roof runoff. And then they are doing some grading. So there's two dry wells, sorry. Some grading here. And it appears that the driveway will slope down this way. He is adding a trap rock dike here, kind of slow down some of the runoff here. I would like to see, you know, what we would like to, because this does directly discharge into the resource area, I would recommend something along the side of the driveway. If it can be pitched to that one side or however they want to do it, some type of drip strip type of structure that we see versus the runoff kind of going off the property, especially the driveway into, and then into the resource area. So, my recommendation would be to do a couple more modifications to this plan. I definitely would recommend not going down and impacting those side slopes. We do see that a lot of the road runoff does go down there. I'd like to keep that vegetation, keep a nice vegetated buffer between developed areas and the wetlands to help slow down, infiltrate, pick up some of those contaminants that might be coming off, or fertilizers or whatever else. Before it gets to the resource area. So if there's some way to look at removing the grading, the necessity for the grading on these sides, I think that's going to be necessary over here with the flag revision anyways. You know, that's what I would recommend seeing. So that way we know that, you know, moving forward, we're not going to have runoff issues or whatnot going into the resource area. It's a very tight site. And I think that if, you know, they can make those modifications, then maybe we'll be looking at, you know, not having a significant impact on the resource area.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. That was a very good overview of the project. So just to, you know, quickly touch on a few things. Again, we filed a notice of intent to construct a single-family dwelling on this property. The property was originally created back in 2003 by an A&R plan. It was originally part of the abutting property to the, I guess it would be to the south, number 30 Cedar Street. It was subsequently cut out back in 2003. Number 30 Cedar Street was sold off, and this property had remained separate ownership since. And Billy, well, I want to say in 2008, the current owner purchased the property at that point and has owned it and remained kept it as a vacant lot ever since. And now he's looking to move forward and to do something with the property. So again, it's pretty straightforward. The wetland line itself is pretty obvious where it is. I have no problem with making the revision to the wetland line where flag A7 is. I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think A7 would still be a valid flag. It might just be a matter of adding one additional flag, maybe an A7A, 20 feet up into that little swale area to expand the wetland to the east. I'm sorry, to the west. And that would impact some of the grading that we do have proposed on the side of the dwelling, so that would have to be revised as well. The reason we do have some of the grading on the side is we are trying to provide a little bit of a level area to provide access, 360-degree access around the dwelling. It is, the grading we are proposing is, very minor. In most cases, it's, a foot or two at most. And the clearing of those areas of vegetation is going to be necessary just for the protection of the dwelling moving forward. So those areas are likely going to be disturbed to a certain extent. You know, just to be able to get in here and just so that there aren't houses in close proximity to the dwelling. But we can look at possibly tightening that up a little bit, see what we can do to minimize the grading that we are proposing, to maintain more of a natural vegetated buffer between, you know, the runoff coming from the disturbed areas prior to getting to the wetland. So, you know, the spot is serviced by municipal sewer and water, which is good. So we are making the connection out Cedar Street. We do have the dry wells for rooftop runoff infiltration, and you know that's basically it. I'd be happy to answer any questions that the commission might have at this point.
Steve Alderman, any questions?
Yeah, real quick one. Becky, there's no way you could enlarge to look at that area where you're talking about using trap rock? And my question is, what was the goal of the trap rock? Is it to block flow or what?
It's to remove any contaminants or sediment that happens to be in a runoff that's passing that way. That both sides of the house, well, where the house is going to be located, there's kind of a natural swell effect that happens right now. We want to maintain that. The trap rock on that side is, you know, likely you're going to have some runoff coming from the driveway area that's going in that direction towards the access road towards the school. Prior to getting to that road, it's going to flow down the property line and then towards flag A7 into the wetland. So this is something that we typically use towards the end of swales, you know, to contain any contaminants that happen to be picked up by the runoff, and so that the runoff to the other side of the trap rock would be cleaner than what goes in.
Okay, I think the issue here, I mean, trap rock to me is very fine, almost like sand, but not, you know, it's not sand, but it's very fine. And I don't think we're talking about fine stuff. You must be talking about a larger stone, you know, 4 to 6 or 6 to 8 or something like that, that's going to slow down. So I think we're just having a problem with definition here.
Yeah, the trap rock, it's almost like a riprap size. It is the 6 to 8 range, 6 to 8 inch size.
You might be using the wrong name there. If you went to order trap rock, you'd see that it's very small stuff. So that's my comment.
Stephen Chidesta.
Yeah, I guess my only concern is how close we're to the 25 foot with the limited clearing, and so if there's any way to pull that back a little bit, that would be good from my perspective, to kind of leave that more natural, closer to the wetland, instead of going right up to the 25. That's my comment.
David?
I second Mr. Chidesta's comment.
Eric?
Yeah, it's a challenging site. I mean, obviously, if something could be done, that would be better, but there's not a lot of space there. I just had to comment on the use of the word appurtenance or something like that in the write-up, Becky. I had to actually go and look that one up. So thank you for going back to SAT training on that one.
All right. You want to make a recommendation? Or we're going to continue this for the details that Becky asked for?
I think we need, right? And also for file number?
Yeah, that, sure. Jeff, you want to see if anybody in the audience would like to address this?
Good evening. Is there anyone on the public line that would like to speak to the 34 Cedar Street application? Good evening. Is there anyone on the public line that would like to speak to the 34 Cedar Street application? There's no one on the line.
Thank you, Jeff. So we're looking for a continuation here, gentlemen. Do I have a motion?
I move that we allow a continuation, and I think you said June 1st? Steve Hall.
I mean, if possible, do you have a meeting prior to June 1st?
Yes, we do.
I would, I'm not sure about the file number, but I think the revisions to the plan could certainly be done within the next couple of days.
Okay. Then I move about a continuation until the next meeting.
So the 18th.
18th of May.
Do I have a second?
Eric Gaspar, second.
And Jeff, you're in agreement with this?
That's correct, yes.
All right. All in favor, Stephen?
Stephen Chittister in favor.
Steve?
Steve Halterman in favor.
David?
Don't we have to have public comment?
We did. There wasn't any.
David Barnacle in favor.
Eric?
Eric Gaspar in favor.
And Ed Goodwin in favor. Thanks, Jeff. We'll see you on the 18th.
Hey, thank you.
We are now at 126 Isle Road, continuation. NOI to clear cut a wooded lot to convert to agricultural use, 300-1094, what I'm hearing. Becky?
All right, we have the applicant on here. This is a continuation from the last meeting where we discussed the project as proposed, and the board did ask for some revisions. So I did include my notes for you. He did look at some revisions to the project, some of the things that you were looking for. I'll pull up the plan in a minute. There is a naturalized area that he's requesting. I'd like him to give you a few details about that so you can evaluate that use he's asking. But overall, he did work to make revisions to the plan, revisions to the limit of work line, revisions to some of the resource areas and buffer zones that we're asking for on there. And then also did give us a phase plan on how the work will be done. That was kind of a primary concern because it is a large area that is going to be cleared and converted to agricultural use. We will have different phases on there. He did submit a slip to the EPA for the project because he's disturbing more than an acre of area. So I'm happy to see that he's got that started. I think that's a good jump start on that. And that's pretty much it. I'll pull up the plan. I think, as I mentioned, I think we should discuss, get a description of what he wants to do to the naturalized areas, see if you have any concerns with that. If you don't, otherwise, I think he's worked to address your comments and concerns. I think that the phased approach to doing that work is going to greatly minimize the chance for erosion and stormwater issues off the site. And then considering the increase to the natural buffer zones between his agricultural area and resource areas, I think that there's sufficient space there that we're not going to be looking at any significant runoff stormwater changes here, especially because it is going to be a vegetated site. He's going to have hay fields, the apple trees eventually, Christmas trees, grapevines. Don't see any major impacts to the project. So I'll pass it over to Matt if you want to go over some of those revisions, and I'll find that plan and pull that up for you guys.
Good evening. Am I up, Ed?
You're up. Go for it, Matt.
Just making sure, and I don't like to correct Mr. Barnacle, but there was 2 oil crises. There was one when I was 10, and I still remember being in the back seat of my mom's car waiting at the entrance to Old Service Village to get gas at Village Mobile. So I knew it couldn't have been when I was 4. So I had to look it up. It was 1979 to 80. There you have it.
Thank you.
I did walk out of last months, I guess, meeting and pulled back almost all of the buffers and most of the limits to work. And it wasn't so much just accommodating as it was going back and looking, for those of you who are on the site walk, especially on the eastern boundary, going back and looking at what was realistic, what I really needed to do, not just what sort of was the right thing to ask for. I went back and we moved that line quite a bit, peeled that quite a bit back. So even that, the most sensitive area is now primarily 100 feet. And I feel like we've got this right. I think a big thank you to Becky for being patient and helping me work through this and get this to I think, a good place. She did mention the naturalized area. What that really means is, I don't think we had a ton of conversation about this last time. Stephen Chidester, hopefully I got your name, Stephen, right. Sorry about that. I know Mr. Barnacle mentioned monumentation at the 50. I added that. So I'm not suggesting I'm going to permanently conduct agriculture within the 25 to 50 zone. I do. It's topographical mainly. If you were back out there, you'd see why it makes sense to cut some of these trees. But I will cut them. I will monument at 50, and I won't be going back in there. It'll be naturalized. So that's what Becky, when she refers to the naturalized area, it's the area between 25 and 50. So I'll be doing a smidge of work in there on a temporary basis, and then permanently leave that naturalized and not support any agriculture. So that's the plan. I did phase it out. I think we did that logically. I worked with Fred Trifoni to really look at the topos and try to isolate a path, phased approach that mitigated the risks. And most of that was based on topos. The whole first phase is very flat and easily controlled, for lack of a better word. And I cut up the two rear phases into much smaller pieces, half the size, just because they slope. They don't slope aggressively because it is a bigger parcel. So what looks aggressive on this plan isn't really so, but still easier to control 2 acres of a phased approach than it is the 5 in the front. So that's what I would add to Becky's comments. I think we're in pretty good shape.
Steve Alderman, any comments?
I appreciate some of the changes that you made. Are going to improve the resource areas. I appreciate that.
Andrew, Esther?
Yeah, so Becky, could you scroll up a little bit? So I'm a little confused. Could you explain the color? Is the green line the limit of clearing?
I can explain that. We added on there. So yeah, so in here, so the green line is the limit of work, but this hatched area is what he's requesting to go in and just cut the trees down and then put boulders here and back out of. That's where he, saying the trees are going to affect shading on the crops, I guess, right? Matt?
Yeah, I'm sorry, go, Stephen.
No, I was just going to say, I guess I'm confused because this looks just like what we saw the last time. I mean,
it is, Stephen, in the sense that the 25, what we had proposed, and I think it speaks something to the fact that this is the only wetlands that I proposed to cut up to the 25-foot line. So where it made sense, I either did it on my own or took your advice and recommendation and pulled it back. And this is the reason I'm asking to conduct the tree cutting up to the 25 foot in that particular area is because it truly is sensible, given the topo of the land and the ultimate use. So I'm not just sort of gratuitously asking, Steve, it does make some sense. But hearing your comments specifically last meeting, I then said, okay, if I don't need to cut all those trees, by the way, but I cut some of those trees, then I'll peel back, monument the 50-foot buffer zone, and not go back in there. I would say to you too, Stephen, that the bordering vegetated wetland itself around it, up to the 25 foot, has a lot of healthy trees in it, and including inside the wetland itself. So it will still be heavily treed. If that's helpful to you, I'm not sure, but just making that point.
Yeah, I guess just looking at this, it doesn't look a lot different from what we looked at the last time. So that's my comment.
David?
No questions.
Eric?
Yeah, I mean, I think it would be helpful to some of us if we had a little bit more clarity exactly what selective trees you were going to be cutting and then monumenting. If we had a little direction on that, that might be helpful. But I do want to say thank you for the improvements that you've made and the adjustments that you've made to protect the wetlands. I thank you for that, Matt.
Yeah, no problem. It's not so much selective. The proposal is to cut the trees up to the 25-foot no-touch zone in that area, then just permanently go back to the 50-foot buffer as a permanent buffer zone and not use that area for agriculture. So to be clear, it's not so much selective. These are a lot of dead Christmas trees in there as well. So, I personally just think it's the right thing to do. Stephen, there isn't a lot of difference here, but this is the only spot since the last meeting that I didn't pull back to meet, the commission's goals and objectives. I looked at every area. I pulled it back where I could. This area, it just didn't make any sense given the topographical area. There's a cart path that was the ancient cart path that was in there. It's clear. Just a lot going on there that has this make sense. I wouldn't ask if it wasn't, I'm not going to use the word critical, but important to the overall project.
My only comments on it are really, if we have a 25-foot setback and we're talking about an agricultural use, I don't even know if we could legally even stop him from doing what we're looking at here in the state of Massachusetts. I know that's a radical position for me, but
I didn't want to play that card, Ed. I mean, I think you are right. It's not necessary. It wasn't necessary for me to say that, but the town bylaw does. Yeah, no, the town has approved this as a right to farm town.
I'd like to see this project approved at, in the fashion that we have it here. I am concerned about that side that Stephen is concerned about. But in from my point of view, it seems to be an approvable project the way that it is. The whole key to this is execution, and execution.
Agreed. Nobody wants a problem less than I do. So you can be sure that we will be, very careful, diligent the whole way. It's just obviously important to us for a variety of reasons, Ed.
All right, anybody else have any comments?
Ed, I'd like to just follow up on your comment. I think a huge piece of this is how much of the soil is going to be disturbed and exposed at any one time, and the erosion controls would have to be not just around the total project, but actually if there's a slope and there's exposed soil, then there should be at a minimum a row of wattles put in there until it's stabilized, and each section gets cleared. The soil is exposed. That would be part of the SWIP as far as
The SWIP speaks to all that, Steve. So it is discussed, and the plan shows the extra wattles in the areas that sort of naturally, topographically, would funnel any water or sediment of any sort. In case we get a larger rain. We get no rain or no appreciable rain. It's going to be an easy project. I'm not going to anticipate that, and we'll have extra water on site. So, and by the way, I said this before. It says it in the SWIP. There is a lot of natural protections to this site, even if it's just to contain it on the site. These stone walls, you saw them; they're all in good shape. And even on the more sensitive side, the southern boundary, I don't know if you guys recall, but there was it was like an earthen berm built in by somebody, some farmer or somebody along the way that would stop sediment. There's a lot of natural protection, but we'll obviously supplement that with let me use some good jargon, some BMPs. Did I get it right?
You got it. Do we have those?
I'm sorry, I didn't get it. Was broken up. What?
Yes, I submitted the SWIP to Becky.
Okay, good. Thanks.
Any other comments? Jeff, you want to see if anybody in town wants to talk about it?
Good evening. Is there anyone on the public line to speak to the 126 Arnold Road application? Is there anyone on the public line to speak to the 126 Arnold Road application?
So it doesn't look like there's anyone. Yeah, I just want to add, and I did have it in the detailed agenda included. We did receive written comment, which was provided to the board in advance of the meeting from in a butter to the project.
You want to read the letter, Becky, or what do you?
No, I just want to.
We got the letter.
It was submitted. Yeah.
And we have to.
So hearing no one from Jeff, do we have a motion?
Motion, we close the public hearing, Mr. Chairman.
Do I have a second on that?
Eric Gaspar, second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, closing the public hearing. David?
David Barnacle in favor.
Eric?
Eric Gaspar.
Stephen?
Stephen Chittister in favor of closing the hearing.
And Steve Haldeman?
Steve Haldeman in favor of closing the hearing.
Do I have a motion?
I'll do your. I'd like to make a motion to approve DEP file number 300-1094, if that's correct. With if we three, is it? I thought.
Do I have a second?
I'll second the motion, David Barnacle, but I'd like to add wording to it. It should include the revised plans.
Okay. Discussion? Further discussion?
Well, and I was just going to also say,
what?
Agents detailed agenda, including or work would require the new NOI filing and would have to meet the performance standards for 321 CMR 10-58. But that is well. That's the motion.
And David's David's bobbing his head up and down, seconded. Discussion. Seeing none, how do you vote, Steve Alderman?
Steve Haldeman, I'm in favor.
Stephen Chidester.
Stephen Chittister, I abstain.
David Barnacle.
David Barnacle in favor.
Eric?
Eric Gaspar in favor.
And Ed Goodwin in favor. Okay. All right. Thanks, Matt.
No, thank you guys. I appreciate it. Thanks to Becky and Aaron.
We are now at 30 Main Street and 20 Fiscal Road. Continued development of a residential and commercial cul-de-sac and associated site work DEP file number 300-1086. Becky? Continue?
Yep, so I did receive a written request in advance of the meeting for a continuation to May 18th. This is an update. The vernal pool survey has been underway out there. The project team, I received comments from Mass DOT that they're working to include and come back to those comments and potential revisions to the project plan. That's correct, Matt?
All right.
Yeah, Ed, yeah, we feel like we're in good shape here, but DOT is just very slow, working from home, so not terribly responsive, and it's just slower than we wanted. I think we felt pretty good, Becky, about where we were with the vernal pool survey. I think
Wait a second, Matt.
Yeah, sorry, go.
Get some kind of a breakup here.
Yeah, Mike Young is a great music line.
Michael Young could mute himself.
Jeff, what do we got?
Mr. Young.
Oh, it went away.
Jeff took care of that. Go ahead, Matt.
I think we feel, I was just sort of asking Becky about the vernal pool situation. I think we've concluded that there is a vernal pool that is within reach of the proposed roadway. The proposed road will be, I believe, outside 200 feet, but I feel pretty good about that. We have a slowdown with the DOT, and that's mainly related to the front section. Remember the broken culvert pipe, if you guys have good memories back from a few months ago. That pipe area, we just don't have a final. They know it. They know that it's going to be attended to. They just don't. They haven't attended to this or been attentive to it enough to say this is what we want you to do with that. So it precludes us from finalizing this with you guys. Otherwise, I think we'd be ready to. So I guess it's a threat. We'll be back. But feel like we're getting there.
All right. So you'll take a continuation.
Yes, we will.
David?
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we continue this hearing until the 18th of May.
Do I have a second on that?
I'll second. You need to go to them first.
I got Eric seconding. Any discussion?
Do we need to go to the public?
No.
Right? No.
No.
All in favor? Steve Haldeman?
Steve Haldeman in favor.
Stephen Chidester?
Stephen Chittister in favor.
Dave Barnacle?
David Barnacle in favor.
And Eric?
Eric Gaspar in favor.
And Ed Goodwin in favor. Thanks, Matt.
Thanks. We'll see you then. Appreciate it, everybody. Have a good night.
Yeah. All right, we are now at 650 and 680 Route 15, continued notice of intent proposed development for nursery and farm to include a perennial stream crossing, DEP file number 300-1092. Stephen Chidester. Hey, Stephen. Let me meeting for a minute. I'm going to step away. I'll be right back. Okay?
So Becky, we want to start with your comments?
Sure. So, this is a project that's been continued. We did, the last meeting, you voted to select the peer reviewers. We're looking at a peer reviewer for stormwater management and review of the notice of intent. We have received the funds and worked out the contracts with those. So they've both been giving the okay to start those reviews. So at this time, there's nothing else to report. I did speak to the project engineer, the representative on this, and they're asking for a continuation to our next meeting, May 18th, as we're waiting on the results of those peer reviews for the next session.
Okay, so we don't have the applicant on right now?
No, they gave me a written request for a continuance in advance of the meeting.
Okay. Any comments from the board?
Vice Chairman, I make a motion that we agree to the continuation to the 18th of May.
Okay. Do we want to check the...
Wow. That's loud.
Do we want to check comments from the public first? Jeff?
A continuation?
We're hearing the public hearing. Do we need...
Never hurts to check. Is there anyone on the public line that would like to speak to 650 and 680 Route 15 project, development of a nursery and tree farm? Is there anyone on the public line that would like to speak to the 650 and 680 Route 15 proposed development of a nursery and tree farm? There is no one to speak to that application.
Thank you, Jeff. All right.
Vice Chairman, I would like to make a motion that we approve the continuation to May 18th.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right. Eric Gaspar, seconds. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor? Steve Halterman?
Steve Halterman in favor.
David Barnacle?
David Barnacle, in favor.
Eric Gaspar?
Eric Gaspar in favor.
And Stephen Chittister in favor. All right. That gets us to item 11, 755, 231, 233, 235 Cedar Street, continued ANRAD, DEP file number 300-1090. Becky, you want to start us off?
Sure. So this is a continuation for an ANRAD. At the last meeting which this was discussed, we had asked for some additional information in light of finding that there were superseding orders on the site. The applicant's representative has come in to review the files, has done that site recon, has submitted a revised ANRAD plan and a narrative to go along with his observations and recommendations on the site. I'll let him go over that with you. We did site visit out here last week with the representative and property owner, kind of look at some different areas and go over things. I included in my detailed agenda some of my recommendations at this time. And I think that they've done a lot of work to demonstrate things out there to show, how things could have changed, a proposal on, adding the additional pipes under the two driveways, doing the replication work, which doesn't appear to have been done out there. I think what we need to, see a little further is the impact calculations associated with that BVW impact, and have that documented as, there's certain thresholds within the WPA for BVW impact. In addition to that, the property at 237 Cedar Street was part of those approvals from DEP from a long time ago. We had asked, and I think Paul was going to look and see if there was a pipe underneath that driveway. I believe that's necessary to provide the hydrologic connection for the wetland, creating that BVW. They're also proposing to remove some pipes that appear to have been put in a long time ago from the front wetland to the back wetland. That was something that DEP had required. required to be removed or filled in, et cetera. So, I mean, they're asking at this time, they submitted the revised plans, going into BVW, to issue the ORAD, and that, someone will come back with notice of intent to do the work. I would recommend that the board's discretion, that, we have to wait on issuance of an ORAD at this time. I think it, would make sense to put that on hold, get the work done to bring it back to being a BVW. That means those 3 pipes in place, perform that restoration work, have that done under a notice of intent. And when that's done, that ORAD can be closed at that time as a BVW. I think that's necessary to bring that site back into compliance at this time.
Thank you, Becky. Mr. Chair, you want to take back control of this?
I'll let you do this one, and then I'll take back on the next one, okay? Go ahead.
Okay.
Yep, thanks.
So I guess we'll go to the applicant. I see Michael is on. Michael Young.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, good. I think we're pretty much in agreement with everything Becky had to say. I think Paul McManus, the engineer on all of this, has the best take on it. I will let you know that on the driveway on 235, as well as my own driveway at 237, I spent quite a bit of time this past Saturday with a shovel and a steel rod and poked around to see if I could find any evidence that there were already pipes under both of those driveways, and I was not able to locate anything. So I will assume that there are no pipes currently under either one of those driveways, and we'll be planning to put pipes in as was discussed previously.
Okay, very good. So I'll go to the commission. Steve Halterman.
Paul McManus was going to speak.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, Paul McManus from Ecotech. I think Becky did a pretty good summation of what we found out there. Did a lot of digging with Becky, and I think she as Mike Young said, summarized the history pretty well. The replications need to be done. Mr. Young understands that. The pipe connections also. So it's really I think, as Becky described at this point, what's the best way forward to get the site into compliance and move it forward. I'm not sure Becky mentioned one of the things that Mr. Young has agreed and asked me to put on the table in my submission is that there are 3 lots out there. It's been 3 lots for many years, and there's the 2 driveways are on the outside lots. The interior, the line in between, he would propose to, in one form or another, combine to one or both of the other lots, so that ultimately he's agreed that he would only ultimately propose to develop two lots out there rather than the 3.
That is correct.
Okay. Any further comments, Michael or Paul?
I'd like to comment.
Okay.
I think Mr. McManus' his summary has been right through the whole thing, and Becky also. But I have one. This chunk of land went to the state because they didn't agree with what they got for a ruling from the Sturbridge Concom, and they got an order of conditions to proceed, and they never executed it. They're in violation of the State Wetland Protection Act, and it would seem to me that if it was taken out of our hands at that time, to now bring it into our hands is questionable. Paul, what do you think of that?
Well, the order has expired.
Okay, so now the order is expired. So we're agreeing to this.
So there's basically in order to bring it into compliance at this point, the most straightforward path would be to file a notice of intent to do that work. The interesting twist is that subsequent to that initial superseding orders out there, your bylaw has come into effect. So there's additional jurisdiction that didn't exist back at the time with respect to your bylaw.
Right.
So clearly for anything to happen out there, it requires authorization from the commission. And in theory, under the old order, Mr. Young, could have gone back to DEP, but again, it would still require going to the commission, and frankly, I couldn't imagine that the commission would not want to exercise its authority, in terms of reviewing whatever happened out there.
Yeah. Yeah. I think you're right. All right, that's my comments, Mr. Chair.
David, any comments?
No questions.
Steve Halterman?
Yeah, I'm trying to recall about what DEP does when a superseding order of conditions expires and the work was not done, and the remediation and the restoration and all of that didn't happen. And I think that may be a call to the central region and ask them what their take is on it, and they might say, take jurisdiction and take a hard look at what we were going to require in the superseding order. We also need to include our Sturbridge bylaws. So I think it's going to end up being a combination of the two, but I think it's okay for us to take. I know it's okay for us to take the lead on this.
I think,
if I may, Mr. Chairman, I think that's right. I guess I would comment on Mr. Haldeman's question. I think what DEP would say is that the applicant should file a notice of intent to do the work, and if they don't, then let us know and we will issue an enforcement order. But DEP is always, if someone's willing to do something without the big stick, then they're certainly more than happy to just let it happen without having to do the work, frankly.
The locals have the first defense, and the state usually steps in if there's, as you well know, if you are not in agreement and you appeal the local order of conditions. So I think we're back in it, and I think that we should put in the order that the things that Becky talked about, and I'm good with that.
Yeah, and Mr. Young has he tasked me with digging in, figuring it out, and putting it before you, and we have, and I think it's a bit of a complicated history in terms of what happened, but I think we really have our arms around where we're at, and Mr. Young has acknowledged that, and wants to move it forward.
Okay, thank you. Eric, any additional comments?
No, I was just going to say, I appreciate you guys reordering your priorities and putting this cadence approach in place, because my concern was in the order of had some issues and stuff like that. So thank you for reconsidering how you wanted to move forward with this. So I appreciate it.
Ed, did you have a comment?
yeah, old age is a terrible thing, and I just want to let you know that it has come to my recollection that those pipes in the back that we're talking about removing were there when we did a site visit on the original application. So those were there. They were just, we didn't understand why they were there then.
So, Mr. Goober, can I ask, are those, is it your understanding that those pipes are what DEP referenced in the superseding orders that should be broken, essentially?
Yeah, I think that is because, but I don't, you know, obviously they must have been, somebody must have been trying to do something to the wetland in the back, but they were there then, and we didn't know what they were, why they were there, and that's what DEP was referenced.
Okay, well that's helpful because if what I had said is you know, Mr. Young found those pipes, you know, we called them out, and my inference was that they're one and the same pipes that DEP had talked about, but I wasn't there back then, so I'm not saying kind of sure,
they were there back then. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, so it supports the notion that those are the subject pipes, which again, you know, we recognize and propose to take out. My proposal, just what I put on the table for discussion, and again, this is going to require filing, is that we pull out, you know, 20 feet or so of them because it's all grown over on top. So, you know, my approach would be take out enough to be sure that they wouldn't function, but not to do any more disturbance than that.
Okay, I want to move this along, I think. Any other comments from the board, commission? Jeff, could you check if there's any public comment? Thank you.
Even while he's checking, just real quick, I just want to add a comment afterwards about the well. I did speak to Board of Health about that, so if I could just add that in once Jeff does the checking for the public. He's already doing it.
Thanks, Becky.
Good evening. Is there anyone to speak to 231, 233, and 235 Cedar Street application? Good evening. Is there anyone on the public line to speak to the 231, 233, or 235 Cedar Street application? There is no one to speak to that application.
Thank you, Jeff. All right, so I think we're all in agreement here. What's going to happen? You're going to file an NOI. As far as this ANRAD, are we continuing this, or are we?
My suggestion, Mr. Chairman, would be that we continue it, but for a substantial length of time. Okay. You know, certainly we're not going to come to a resolution on this in your next couple meetings. Right. You know, it's going to take some time to pull things together. And
what do you want, Paul? I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
No worries. When would you like to continue it to?
Mike Young, I was going to suggest, 60 days or so.
I think that's reasonable. I have to find some people who are available to dig some trenches and put in some pipes. And then I also had a question about whether those pipes need to be inspected by anyone on the board before they're buried. I would hate to be in a position of putting in pipes and then having somebody come along a little later and saying they're too low, they're too high, and you have to dig them up again. So I was just curious as to how that goes if I hire a contractor to come in and dig the trenches and put the pipes under those two driveways.
Well, to be clear, that's a remediation piece. Is the commission instructing Mr. Young to do that now, or is that something you want as part of a comprehensive filing?
Exactly. We want that as part of, right. Yep.
And if I may, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman, that should be part of a plan that justifies or whatever the word would be, the diameter of that pipe and the elevation of those pipes. So that would be a decision by somebody, engineering type, looking at the flow and so on, and what the diameter should be, and the elevation. It should be part of a remediation plan. Can't just go out there willy-nilly and put in a pipe.
Yeah, we don't want to see any work done on the site until we have a plan and it's approved. Okay, so again, you're asking for 2 months continuation of this, ANRAD?
That's correct. However that happens to fall.
So July, Becky, what do we have in July?
1 second.
Even why don't we give them until the beginning of August just to make sure that it's okay?
Sure. Can you check the first meeting in August, Becky?
It's August 3rd.
Thanks, Aaron.
Aaron. So do I have a motion to continue this to August 3rd?
So moved, Steve Holcomb.
I'll second it.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor? Steve Alterman?
Steve Holcomb, in favor.
David Barnacle?
David Barnacle in favor.
Eric Gaspar?
Eric Gaspar in favor.
Ed Goodwin?
Ed Goodwin in favor.
And Stephen Chittister in favor. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you very much. We'll be back.
Okay, thank you.
Stephen?
At 30 River Road. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
That's all right, go ahead.
30 River Road, request for amendment to an order of conditions, DEP file number 300-1021. RV Management, Scott Morrison. Scott?
Good evening. Just for the record, Scott Morrison from Ecotech. We're here. We had simply provided a copy of the as-built plans and requested to amend the order of conditions. The intent of this application is to, we had been talking about all kinds of stormwater improvements on the site, and this is a mechanism where we can include all those in one plan, comprehensive plan for the commission to approve and grant an amendment for that work. So I don't want to go too far, but in the next application, what we've kind of done is split so that we've got the existing conditions in this application, and the application you're going to hear next is a new notice of intent for the elements to complete the project. So we provided the as-built plans, drainage calculations, and infiltration chamber details. That was one of the items that the Conservation Commission has asked for. So we've provided that, and we're seeking the Commission's approval of the current as-built.
All right, Becky, you want to...
Yep. Just for the record, we have receipt of the legal ad posting and the abutter notifications. The site's within priority and estimated habitat. They do have comments received from Natural Heritage we received this morning. Just to quickly summarize the comments at Natural Heritage, they conditioned the project to avoid an adverse impact. That's what we're looking for the notice of intent. And that also included their MISA determination. They issued a conditional no take for MISA as well. The conditions that they include, the primary conditions were, they issued one letter for both the amendment and for, I guess I need to ask them for clarification on that. They issued one letter for the amendment and for the new notice of intent. They have time of year restrictions and or oversight by a turtle biologist for work. So I'm assuming that's just for the notice of intent, but we will make sure with them, as this is just the amendment request for the work that's been completed. But it was one letter. So I'll make sure I get clarification. I think I know the answer to that, but I'll find out about that because we just received their comments today. Other things that they had included in their letter were just, general conditions like we do. Limit of work, if you're going to change your limit of work, you need to get approval from them. They did ask for native plantings, doing that just for the new notice of intent. Compliance reporting, some authorization duration for their permit, et cetera, things like that. Like I said, most of it applies probably to the notice of intent, but I'll seek that clarification for you. So as Scott said, these plans were submitted to document all of the changes that you've asked, that we've worked with them. We've asked for this plan, and they've put it all on that plan for you. Most of it is, the stormwater management improvements that have been made on site to address the changes to the project. The one, I had a note on here. There was the new bridge that was installed over the perennial stream. That should be noted as something else that changed on the project site to be included for your approval. They did include letters from the contractors stating that they did install those infiltration systems for approved plans. One of them had noted, that they did to the best abilities. There was some groundwater, et cetera. Lenard Engineering did include information that they did witness video and manual inspections of them. And they said also that it appears that, things are functioning. Maybe they weren't installed exactly due to some groundwater or other concerns. So, just my comments here, recommendations. One, to be included. The restoration areas are not included on these plans. The restoration areas were primarily a result of the first enforcement order on this project, and the requirements for that shouldn't be lost with any new approvals given for plans. I think they should be shown on the plans if these plans are to supersede all plans. And then they included an O&M plan. I think that when we get to the end of this project, we have the new NOI in front of us after this with another stormwater BMP. Just make sure that's included for maintenance activities. I think it'd be advisable with the O&M plan that there is a plan sheet that kind of points out where the structures are, or at least referenced in there, so that way, people performing those O&M activities know that, where all the catch basins are, where all the swales are, all of those things, to make sure that they do that. We typically see that on some of our bigger project sites. My other note would be that all previous conditions, including all the perpetual conditions that we had, still apply. And then as far as a final as-built plan, and that can kind of come in with the next NOI too, when I had been speaking to DEP about the project, and when the duck pond dam had failed, and instead of repairing it, was taken out. One of the things DEP noted at that time is that the changes to resource areas there, going from the pond with bank and land underwater and BBW that might have been there, I don't remember exactly. We will need to show the perennial streams, so the new bank, et cetera, and new riverfront areas. So that's something that can all be conditioned as we work through this amendment and the next one to be submitted afterwards. But those things I think are important to be added in there. So I recommend you have a discussion about the mitigation plantings that is included with the next NOI as well. But it appears though they have kind of fallen off of the plan.
All right. Mr. Haldeman?
I hope that as we move forward on this, that the recommendations from Becky and the items that are missing will be put in a plan. And I think that would be our next meeting would be before the meeting, that we should get those plans and information that Becky is requesting.
Stephen?
Yep, I agree with Steve.
David?
I'm still curious. In the response that we just heard from Becky, she indicated that those three stormwater structures that we have been looking for a a year, were installed in the engineering parlance to the best of their abilities. They could prove that they were in the ground. I really get sketchy as heck about that kind of language. To the best of their abilities. Does that mean that they can prove that they were put in the ground, or they can't prove that one of them wasn't put in the ground, or that two of them were not put in the ground? Do we have those three structures that were on the original plan in place or not?
Would you like me to answer that?
Yeah, Scott, go ahead and answer.
So it was a combination, because the structures are buried at this point. So it was kind of a combination of multiple things. So we confirmed that the material was purchased. We confirmed with the contractors that they were installed. And then Corey from Lennard, who wasn't involved when many of these structures were installed, went back and TV'd those. So that they put in, TV'd them to look, to determine, to make sure that they were installed. So it's, because they are buried, the commission wanted the proof. So we used those three mechanisms to determine that they were installed.
But you have indicated before, Scott, that the company, the engineering firm that in theory put these three in place were not certified that they were in place. Your evidence is that you paid for the piping or you paid for the equipment, but you don't have a certification from the engineering group. In fact, they put those three storm water structures in place.
They have certifications from the contractors that they were installed.
Contractors that actually put them in place.
Correct. And then subsequently to that, Corey Broder from Lennard TV'd those structures so that, you investigate those and he could confirm that they were installed.
Okay. Well, Corey's on with us. Maybe he'd like to address this.
Sure. Sure. Through the chair, yeah, we went out back in March and we through the catch basins and the inspection ports and put a camera through to try to see as much as we could. I could see all the chambers, not every chamber within each system, but we saw as much as we could. You can't push it all the way through. Once you hit the rock, it kind of just stops. But I can absolutely confirm that each system has chambers installed. I can't confirm, the extent of it. The contractors submitted certification saying that they installed them, with the language you stated. But so I think, at this point, without excavating all of them out, I feel like that's we've done our due diligence and the best that we can.
Okay, thank you both.
Eric?
So, Scott, with regards to the plantings, are we likely to see a actual plan, the zones matched to the original enforcement order in number and type?
You're breaking up a little bit, so I couldn't hear all that. But the mitigation planting that's proposed is required to be installed and will be required to be, documented before the Conservation Commission will grant a certificate of compliance. So we've got a detailed mitigation plan that provides details for all those plantings, and it simply has to be installed prior to issuance of a certificate of compliance.
Okay, so just to be clear, the numbers will match what the original enforcement order had matched and in the appropriate zones according to the original enforcement order, correct? Just for clarification's sake.
Yep, that's going to be required prior to issuance of a certificate of compliance. No question about it.
And do we have a timeline?
I think the intent is it got slowed down because we had a drought tail end of the summer. So Philip's intent, I believe, was to plant as many as he can this spring and get it finished up this fall. So everything, he wants this whole thing wrapped up, as much if more than all of you want this thing wrapped up, I'm sure. So the intent is I don't want to jump too far ahead, but in the notice of intent that we're going to talk about next is all the items that are kind of the punch list items that need to be done before the Conservation Commission will sign off on it. And the plantings are one of those 4 items.
Thank you, Scott.
All right. So are you looking for continuation, Scott, on this?
Yeah. One thing though, a lot of these comments, if we could, is it possible for us to have maybe a conversation with Becky to reconcile these? Because some of these comments, I think, kind of overlap between this and the notice of intent application. So we're more than happy to address these, but I think if there's any possible way of having kind of a working session with Becky, I think we'd be well served to spend an hour to just go through this and address this.
Yeah.
So that we're not doing this in 2 weeks from now.
Becky, sounds good, doesn't it?
Yeah, I can do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, would it be possible for less than a quorum of representatives of this commission to maybe sit in on that?
Where would you want, hold on, where would you want to meet?
I think we should do it virtually.
Virtually?
Yeah, we can do a Zoom meeting like this. I think an hour we could address all these items.
Steve, you could talk to Becky and coordinate with her.
Okay.
That makes sense.
I'm not hogging that. I'm just saying that.
Oh, I know. You have any time available. Stephen, you can go too if it's the middle of the day and you know.
Yeah, it's doubtful.
Yeah. So Becky, you hear? Scott, is that all right with you?
Yes. Yep.
All right.
Mr. Barnacle, you want to sit in on that? No. You'd be angry. Okay.
Yeah. No. Three of you will be fine. All right. We're looking for a continuation. Do we want to? Let's go to the audience and see if we have anybody in chat, please.
Good evening. Is there anyone on the line to speak to the 30 River Road request to amend the order of conditions? Is there anyone on the line to speak to 30 River Road request to amend the order of conditions? There's no one to speak to that application.
Thank you, Jeff. There a motion to continue the public hearing.
Before we make a motion, Scott, what's good for you, 2 weeks or 4?
I think we should be able to get this wrapped up in a couple weeks. If for some reason we can't, we'll ask for an extension. But I think most of these items are very easily addressed. So I think 2 weeks is sufficient. So what's that, May 16th?
The 18th, I think.
18th.
May 18th.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we continue this public hearing until May 18th for additional information to provide.
Do I have a second?
I'll second it. Steve Alderman.
Steve? I beat you, Eric. Any discussion?
I know it's the old guy.
All in favor, Stephen?
Stephen Chittister in favor.
David?
David Barnacle in favor.
Steve?
Steve Halterman in favor.
Eric?
Eric Gaspar in favor.
And Ed Goodwin in favor. Thanks, Scott.
Thank you.
All right. We are on to 30 River Road. Deja vu.
Same cast of characters.
Additional site work to complete the project. DEP file number 300. And do you have a number?
No numbers been issued.
I didn't hear that.
We have not received the file number.
Okay. All right, Becky, you're on.
All right, so we received receipt of legal ad and a butter notifications. As we said, DEP has not issued a file number. We did receive the natural heritage letter, as I mentioned in the previous public hearing. There are some conditions that will need to be included in the order of conditions for this project. I think it'd be useful if we just kind of let him just quickly summarize the things that he's doing here, and then maybe go from area to area, look at it, provide your comments, and move forward. If we don't have a file number, we won't be in a position to close this public hearing anyways, so it will need to be continued. Scott, do you want to give a quick overall summary? I could put the plans up and we can kind of go from area to area.
Yeah, absolutely. I can give you kind of a brief overview while you're pulling that up. So as I said earlier, kind of this was divided into two sections. I think it was the cleanest way of doing it. So kind of the existing conditions is the amendment, and then the punch list items, which I'm calling it, to complete the project and come to conclusion on that. So there's really four elements of that. So there's the stream restoration work. I put together a detailed protocol for that work. Essentially, they'll have to do some water management to slow the flows in the stream. They will remove the sandbags and the silt curtains within duck pond, and included in that, they'll go in with rakes, shovels, and buckets, go and collect some sediment that's been washed downstream. They will remove it from River Road up to the duck pond, and then there's a small section above duck pond up to the first discharge point that they'll be removing that sediment from. The next item is the discharge number 6, so the last discharge, the very back of the campground. It's the only discharge point that they haven't retrofitted, putting, you know, an additional infiltration system or an additional forebay or some type of stormwater system in through it. So they're looking to, there's an existing point source discharge to get a little bit of infiltration and to kind of spread that water out. Corey's designed a stone swale, so there'll be a stone swale installed at that discharge point to remove some additional TSS, allow some infiltration, and kind of separate that flow out a little bit better so that you don't have that kind of point source discharge directly into Pine Lake.
Go ahead. This is the purple line, 25 foot?
That's correct.
I think the purple here is where the proposed swale is on here. The red is the 25 foot.
Yep. So it's kind of the back side of those with the point source discharge. If you recall, there was always a point source discharge at that location. As with many of the other locations, it was a point source discharge. So the other areas, you know, they construct forebays and stormwater basins, grass swales, that sort of thing. This one, it's very tight. Corey looked at this and determined that this is kind of the best way to minimize the impact. There's all kinds of utilities in through there. So this is a mechanism so you can install a stone swale. As I said, you know, you get some attenuation for TSS removal, infiltration, and it kind of separates that flow out a bit. So that's the second item. Third item was removed.
Corey, that's not the original design that you had for this. Am I correct?
Well, this is the one we submitted for this. You know, we didn't revise it.
This is the one you're submitting now, but what we talked about on site for the correction to the water going directly in was back further, like another 15 feet back.
I don't know if it was quite that far. This is more. It's coming back into the site a little bit, but then it has to come back down. So
this is more to the edge of the wetland, down in the hole, right?
Well, it's coming back towards the site, away from where it discharges now, at a little bit of an angle. The problem is in that structure. You know, I can't come back too much further the storm scepter won't work. You can't discharge it, coming back at like less than 90 degrees, coming, with the flow coming in opposite directions. But more or less, it's coming back a little bit at an angle, and it sweeps down through those trees. But basically, it's right where those boulders were is pretty more or less where the limit of that swale is, kind of.
Okay. All right. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Scott.
No problem. I'm glad to get the answers, the questions answered as we're doing this. So then asphalt tailings, the millings have been removed, installed with compact gravel in through that area. That's currently. And then the last item is the plantings required to comply with the mitigation protocol. So those are still an outstanding item that needs to be completed. So that was included in this application, to try and separate this into existing and proposed conditions to try and simplify things. So those 4 elements proposed. We did receive back, as Becky indicated, that we've got to deal with Natural Heritage Endangered Species Program because of the timing for the stream restoration work. Potentially for these other areas, we're going to have to put together a turtle protection plan, because I think the optimal time to do the stream and duck pond work would be end of June, July, August, early September. And those are the months where we've got to put together a turtle protection plan. Well, we're certainly willing to do that, and we would expect that Becky and the commission would simply include the natural heritage conditions in the order of conditions that are issued for this project. So those will be covered 2 ways, both in natural heritage comment letter and specific conditions that the commission would include in any permit. So it's something that it's an item that has to be done, an added item, but it's necessary. I think that kind of goes through and explains what's proposed in this new notice of intent application. I'd be happy to answer questions if the commission has any, or go into any more detail if the commission wants.
Let's go one by one. Stephen?
Yeah, can you start with somebody else, Ed?
All right. David?
David Barnacle here. Scott, the turtle mitigation plan, is it going to include a barrier along the edge of the entrance road?
That's a good question. I think there's going to be 2 elements to this. So you'd have a turtle protection plan for installation of the discharge number 6 corrections. So we may have to enclose that area to prevent any turtle access. I foresee the access, we'll probably have to do kind of a combination of training people that are going to be in that stream, and then probably do some sweeps and searches before anybody goes in there. Because normally a turtle exclusion, turtle protection plan includes entrenched silt fence taut around the area so that turtles can't get into the area. This is a unique situation where we've got a situation where if there's turtles, the likelihood of they're kind of within our work area, so we don't want to, lock those in. So we'll have to work with Natural Heritage to come up with a plan, but I foresee it's going to have a couple elements, probably some searches, and then ensure that no construction equipment's going in these areas. And we may have to isolate areas where we do need to use equipment.
Well, that's where my primary concern lies, though, Scott, because during those particular months, turtles have a tendency to roam in order to lay their eggs. And part of the issue is that where they're going to roam is for slightly higher ground that's not wet. And that would be toward the roadway as one of the major options.
Yeah, I agree. So we're gonna, like I said, we'll work with Natural Heritage and come up with a detailed plan to address their concerns to make sure that you don't injure, harm any turtles during the work, and then you're not prohibiting them from moving.
Eric? And the second question that I had was, you indicated your planting plan. Is that going to include details of not only the plant types, but also the plant locations and numbers?
Yes, that was already approved. I think there's 13 different areas, if I remember correctly. I don't have it in front of me.
Okay.
So there's 13 different areas. There were very specific plants that were supposed to go in each area. So that's got to be implemented.
I guess what my question was, that has not changed.
No, we haven't changed it, and we're not asking for any changes.
Thank you.
Eric?
Yeah. Based on that water quality swale, where is that going to be? Is that going to be in front of the existing stone wall that is there, or are you proposing that that's going to go back down the grade towards the wetland? I'm just trying to picture what I saw on site versus what I'm seeing on this plan here.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Corey, but I believe that where those boulders were laid is where that swale will be ultimately upon completion. But I'll let Corey kind of explain that.
Yeah, I mean, more or less, it's going to run along that. It's, I mean, the depth of the outlet of that storm scepter is it's going to be fairly deep in there. It's just what we're working with. We're retrofitting it in this area. So, if we need to pull it away from the resource area, the depth is going to be, it's going to be several feet there, and it will basically run along that and then sweep in between those two trees that it starts sweeping around past the second site. So,
okay, no, I visualize because the way I heard it was something has changed from what you had mentioned to us.
Eric, you're losing me a little bit there. I think what Eric's trying to get across is on site. What we were kind of told was that the swale would be on the developed side of that boulder wall. Is that correct, or is it going to be on the downside near the wetland? That's what you're saying.
Yeah, there was during that site walk there was a lot of opinions and suggestions thrown out, but the plan is to put it generally where those boulders are currently is what the plan is. So it'll be closer to that site than Jimmy Pioppi suggested.
Right. Those were Scott, there was a lot of conversation, but there were only two alternatives that were truly discussed.
Right. So for the other commission members there, so there's essentially this proposal where it is where we're showing you it's further from the wetland, closer to the site. The other option would have been kind of behind a few of the trees, right up along the edge of the wetland. It may have been a little bit easier to construct there, but again, you're closer to the wetland. And our plan is I think Corey put together a good plan that's going to work and keeps the swale further from the wetland.
All right, any other questions, gentlemen? Did I miss anybody?
Yeah, I have a quick question, Mr. Chairman. Regarding the restoration or remediation, whatever, of the stream, my understanding from what I've read is that that's going to be done by hand. What equipment would go in there that you'd be concerned about turtles? I didn't think any equipment was going to go in.
That's correct. I might have missed. I think the equipment that's required is to pull out some of the sandbags that are in Duck Pond. So the stream restoration would simply be what I perceive would be, as my protocol details, people on foot, rakes, shovels, shoveling it into 5-gallon buckets. The only possible equipment that may be near the site would be if you had a excavator reaching over so that you could dump the 5-gallon buckets into the bucket of the machine so that you wouldn't have to go up and down the slope back and forth to the stream constantly and kind of create kind of an erosion issue. But no equipment will be in that stream.
Right. And so you only have a bucket of some sort to, so the people would not have to be coming up and down. A 5-gallon bucket of sand is pretty heavy. Okay, I could see the plan having a sweep, and maybe they might have, training of the people that are going to be there, and maybe the Natural Heritage might require a turtle monitor. I've seen that happen many times, but I think that's so far the plan sounds good to me.
All right, need a continuation?
Can I ask a couple of questions?
Sure.
I just want to, just for clarification for the board. So on the plan, going back to, I'm going the wrong way here, the asphalt milling area, this was brought up on site. On the plan, it says replace with 4 inches of clean, it's supposed to clean fill and then seed it. And that's what the NOI states. But right, when we were on site, there was a discussion about it. It was, the millings were already removed and it's gravel, and it's the intent to keep it gravel. And then you mentioned gravel in the discussion tonight. Can you just clarify what the final plan is for that area, what you're proposing?
I'm going to confirm, but I believe Mr. Moreau is going to request that remain as is. It's gravel, it's compact, and it's stabilized. So I think we may modify that and simply request the commission allow that to remain.
Okay, so you'll revise the plan then?
Yes.
Okay. And then just as far as the mitigation planting, you said tonight that you're going to adhere to that previous plan, but the NOI filing, it doesn't appear that the numbers you're stating that you're going to plant are in the same as what's in that mitigation plan. So the mitigation plan that you had was a mitigation planting plan. I think it was dated 4/18/2019. Are you saying that you're going to comply with that plan?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
That's how he answered me.
I just wanted to clarify because it's not clearly stated that way in the notice of intent. The amount of plantings proposed and what's in the plan vary a little bit. So I think providing some clarification to make sure that what's in the application and what you're doing is the same. And then the only other comment question, I guess, would be for the restoration areas, the stream just below River Road was not included. That was something that was discussed before. The commission, it's up to them. I think you should provide some feedback. They're not proposing to restore it. If you think it needs to be, I think this is the time that you need to mention that. If you don't think it's necessary, I think you should say that now too. Just so they're very clear about what they need to do.
Yeah, we had talked about this at length, and it was my understanding that at the last conversations that we proposed to clean up from River Road up to just above the Duck Pond, and that's what we proposed in this notice of intent application.
All right.
This is Steve Haldeman again. I might have been asleep at the wheel, but I do not recall the section of stream between River Road and down towards the pond there being dropped off of there. I think you and I, Becky, have walked there a couple of times, and there's some areas that probably do need to be cleaned out of there. Wouldn't you agree, Becky?
I do agree.
So I apologize if I missed somehow that was dropped off. What do the rest of you guys say, Commission?
Any comments? David, did you speak? No. All right. I'm back to the continuation.
That's very weird.
Public comment?
continuation to the 18th. Do I have a motion?
Did you want public comment?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, public comments, please.
Good evening. Is there anyone on the line to speak to the 30 River Road application? Hello, is there anyone on the public line to speak to the 30 River Road application? There's no one there to speak.
Thank you. A motion to continue public hearing to the 18th.
So moved. Eric Gaspar.
Do I have a second to that?
Steve Haldeman, I'll second.
Scott, that's what you wanted with the 18th, right?
That's correct.
Yep, okay. All in favor? Stephen?
Stephen Chittister in favor.
David?
David.
David?
David has gone mute.
Yeah. Eric?
Eric Gaspar in favor. But I can hear David's lip. So,
muted.
In favor.
Steve Haldeman?
Steve Haldeman, I'm in favor.
And Ed Goodwin, I'm in favor.
And Dave is in favor.
He raised.
Oh, that was. All right. Thanks, Scott.
Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Thank you, folks. Thank you, Jeff.
And now, Becky, what, 150 Charlton Road?
Yes, yep, the next one.
150 Charlton Road, continued ANRAD, abbreviated notice of resource delineation, area delineation, DEP file number 300-1088, Cobra Realty. Now,
So we received a written request for a continuation to our May 18th meeting. There is a peer review being conducted out there. We had to wait to receive the funds, and there's a contract that had to be worked out with the peer reviewer. That's all been taken care of. They've been authorized to start work. We should have a report, hopefully, for the next meeting. So they've asked for that continuation.
All right. Motion for continuation?
So moved.
Second, even. All right. And the second was Eric? Yeah. Any discussion?
Doesn't the public have to weigh in?
Not if they've asked for a continuation ahead of time and we're just continuing it. That's not the way we've been doing it.
And I'll make a motion that we continue it.
All right. And second, Stephen?
I thought I made that motion.
Yep, okay. Somebody did. Yeah, we're making it again. We didn't get it right that time, I guess.
That's good. Okay, whatever.
All in favor? Eric?
Eric Gaspar in favor.
Stephen?
Stephen Chittister in favor.
David?
David Barnacle in favor.
Steve Haldeman?
Steve Haldeman in favor.
And Ed Goodwin in favor. All right. What next, Beck?
Next one on the list, number 15.
All right. Cedar Lake?
Yep.
Minor project modification. DEP file number 300-726. That's an old one.
Yep. So we have Dominic from Solitude on here, and we also have Pat Wondolowski from the Cedar Lake Association. So this is a request similar to what we've seen for the other lakes in town, which you have approved. It's a request for the change of use to Procelicor. It's a different herbicide. I'll let him go into the details of it if you want some more information. Results in less frequent treatment requirements, I believe once every 3 years. Like I said, we've approved this for other projects, but what we've also said at that time is that, with these changes, these are all old permits that were issued that have been continued for many years. Since they've changed the management strategies, there really should be new notice of intent that come out. So I would recommend, doing this as a one-time change request, since they're just redoing it 1 and 3 years. That gives them plenty of time to work on submitting a new notice of intent for the management strategies out there. And I believe last year, we just gave them a continuation for this permit. So the permit should expire for some time to give them time to do this treatment. Dominic, is there anything you want to add?
Yeah. No, thank you. That was great. We've been managing variable water milfoil in Cedar Lake for quite some time. This newer herbicide is out for systemic multiple year control. So we'd like to be able to use this herbicide to actually end up treating the lake less and having better control of the milfoil. So I think it's really all around good for everybody. And the information we submitted too, we unfortunately found another invasive species in the lake last year, fanwort. So in the paperwork that we submitted, we also asked for another herbicide called Clipper that works on fanwort. We want to try to nip that one in the bud before it gets too widespread. So again, both of these products are EA state registered, labels for use in lakes and ponds for invasive plants. So I think it's certainly in the spirit of the management program that we've been conducting there. So we'd like to be able to use these products with your permission.
Okay. Any comments from the board? Seeing none. Do I have a motion?
I'd like to move that we approve the proposal that was submitted by Solitude as explained, including the fanwort herbicide addition.
Could you hold that? Jeff, could you check and see if there's anybody in the audience who would like to talk about treating Cedar Lake?
Sure. Good evening. Is there anyone on the public line that would like to speak to the Cedar Lake request for minor project modification application? Yes. There we go. Please state your name and your address, please. Go ahead, caller. Good evening. We can barely understand you. Can you say that again, please? Are you on the line to speak to the Cedar Lake application? Hello? Excuse me, is there anyone on the line to speak to the Cedar Lake application, request for minor project modification? Okay, I'm not getting a response.
Thanks, Jeff.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve of DEP file number 300-726, a modification including fanwort.
Do I have a second?
Casper, second.
Eric, seconds. Any discussion? All in favor? Steve?
Stephen Chittister in favor.
Mr. Halpin?
Steve Alderman in favor.
Mr. Barnacle?
David Barnacle in favor.
Eric?
David Casper in favor.
Pat Wondolowski?
In favor.
And Ed Goodwin in favor. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Yep.
Thank you, folks.
Take care, guys. Good night, Pat.
Bye, Dave.
Thank you. Now.
Yep, so we already did 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, so we're down to old business number 23. I included in my notes here that I did receive a plan this past Thursday from them for doing some restoration of the trails and moving their trails out of conservation jurisdiction. So I did let them know that it wasn't received in advance notice to be discussed at this meeting, and that I was going to recommend that the item be moved to the May 18th meeting. I did also email them and let them know that they should include a narrative with that on how the work will be accomplished and how they'll be addressing the orders in the enforcement order. So I do expect that, and was told that we'll have that by 7 days in advance of the next meeting.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Number 24, Mr. Kellerhurst, an enforcement order for 118 Leadmine Lane.
Becky, hold on for a second, please.
Yeah.
That 508 application, this would be about the 127th time that they have asked for a continuation. We were assured by Attorney O'Neill 1 month ago that they had ample time to be able to take care of this problem. You specifically gave them a date for having the paperwork in, and promises were made, and once again, promises were ignored. There is something wrong with the continuation process if we continue things for this long.
Becky, what was the date that they promised?
It's on the minutes, 27th of April.
Right, we asked it for the 7 days in advance of the meeting, which would have been the 27th. And, right, I didn't get anything from them until the 29th, not even notification that we would have something.
And when the paperwork came in, it was incomplete.
Right.
Did we give them a warning, a verbal warning?
Well, the reason it was on the agenda at the last meeting was because there's an outstanding enforcement order that hasn't been appealed, and they're not working to address. We did issue them a letter stating that and gave them an additional 21 days from the date of the letter, which brought them to the April 6th, I believe. Don't quote me on that, but our last meeting, we didn't have anything from them. At the last meeting, they get on and said that they would have something well in advance of the next meeting. So the reason it was on the agenda was you were going to vote if you wanted to move this town council to seek compliance with the enforcement order, and they ensured that they were trying to do that, and that's why they asked you to give them to this date.
Comments, anyone?
I think we're just being played for suckers.
We just want to check to see if anybody from 508's on the public line, Mr. Chair.
All right, great.
Good evening. Is there anyone on the public line that would like to speak to the 508 international application? Is there anyone on the public line to speak to the 508 international application? There's no one to speak?
All right, thanks, Jeff. Becky, you told them you were going to continue this to the next meeting?
I said that I would, it's up to you guys, but I would, recommend it. I didn't want you to look at a plan that you hadn't seen.
Right.
That's why I didn't say that. So I didn't say that that's what you do. It's ultimately your decision of what you do.
Even at that, Becky has indicated that the paperwork that she received was incomplete again.
Is that accurate?
Well, what I said was they need to, all they had was a plan that showed relocating the trails and some notes on it. I said they need to have a narrative to discuss how and when they'll accomplish that and how they'll meet the orders in the enforcement order.
And they had a month to develop it.
So I guess my question is more along the lines of what was submitted 2 days late. Can we even make heads or tails of what there was and have a productive discussion on the 18th? Or is what submitted 2 days late just a further delay tactic where we're going to have nothing to really discuss and be productive with?
It's the same plan that we saw before, but they took the trails out of jurisdiction and put axes on them and showed where the new trails will go. That's pretty much what it is. There's the same little detail on there that I think Kowalski had on there for some wetland restoration, just a detail. But that was it.
So there's no real plan to restore what harm has already been done.
Well, I mean, I can't say. I mean, they originally talked about doing the wetland restoration. I'm not sure what their, plan is to restore the old trail areas or not. I don't know.
Can you send us each a copy of it? Is it elaborate?
I actually I asked for hard copies, which would be on Friday. I have hard copies for you. Full-size hard copies too.
I recommend we take a look at it before we jump to making a decision. Yeah, it'd be nice to get them off of that wetland if we can.
I'd like to recommend that Becky was correct a month ago when she indicated that we should turn this over to the town attorney. They rejected a certified letter. They refused to accept the regular mail. We had to end up contacting the attorney in order to get any result, and this is the result that we got. You don't see any indication on the paperwork that it was even discussed by Mr. Kowalski, who supposedly is the one who's implementing the plan.
The attorney did email me after my response and said that he will have something for the commission in advance, 7 days in advance of the meeting, the next meeting. That's what he did inform me. So.
And he's the one that at the last meeting said, "Oh, I wasn't in the loop. I didn't get that."
I recommend we take Becky's recommendation and table it until the 18th.
And if they don't have something at that point that is a enforcement order, then I think you should not give any other timelines and just refer to town council to address the issue.
Somebody want to make a recommendation?
Becky, you were kind of breaking up a little bit. Would you say that again?
I was going to say, if they don't have the information you need and it doesn't address the enforcement order 7 days in advance of the next meeting, then, right, you refer to town council at that point. I mean, they're saying they're going to give us something. Right, they didn't meet the timeline. I think if we referred this to town council at this point and he brought it to court, they said, well, I was trying and we had these delays for this reason and COVID and, it just give them the one opportunity to submit something. If they don't at this point, pass it on.
Can I make a suggestion? We invite them through the go-to-meeting socket and not through the public line, so we can have then we demand that they join not through the public line, but through the go-to-meeting, because when they go through the public line, it is maddening to listen to them because it's very difficult to understand what they're saying, and make a recommendation or downright demand that isn't the narrative and isn't everything that we're asking for, that will be looked upon not favorably.
Do you want me to send them correspondence?
I would prefer that, but I'll leave that up to the other members to discuss.
You're absolutely correct, Eric. There's no question about it.
I don't want to have the same conversation again in 2 weeks, because we've been having it every 2 weeks for the past 2 years.
Yeah.
So Becky, what you're saying, just to be clear, is, and I looked at some of the stuff that you had on online, that at least 6 times I've heard you tell them what they need to submit, and that just some markings on a map or a plan is not adequate, that there has to be some narrative that says how these things are going to be done. You can't just say we're going to move this trail, and so at least 6 times they have refused to do anything that you suggested, and here they are sending us another effing map. Pardon me for you guys out there that don't like to hear that, but I tell you what, I am really sick of this, and maybe my bias here is because I spent 25 years as the guy on this side of the table that had some teeth, and this crap, pardon me, this stuff would have ended a year ago. So I am really, really ticked off. I specifically asked their lawyer and the rest of those, Glenn and the gang, do you promise that you can deliver and give us the information we need to move forward? Oh, yes, Mr. Haldeman, oh, yes, we promise. And here we are again. I'm done with them. I am not going to agree to, it just won't have my vote. You'll do it. The commission is 5 people, so I'll go along with whatever the commission says. But I have had it with these guys. I would turn it over to our lawyer, right?
I'd like to move this to a point. Eric's made a good point. We've heard some good points. I think we continue it till the next meeting, and as Eric said, that they have to call
and make a motion.
They can't. What'd you call it?
Not through the public line.
Not through the public line.
Go to meetings.
Yeah.
That's the meeting.
So that we can hear them and have a conversation.
Can I just ask one quick additional question? Have we forwarded to MIPA the fact that they admitted as part of a public hearing that they had altered or had plans to alter in excess of 25 acres of that property? Yes.
Have
we requested MIPA?
Yes.
I ensnared them in a pretty clear narrative that they admitted to more than 25 acres being altered. The 22 in Charlton and over 3 in Sturbridge, which should trigger the MIPA review of that entire project and property. And I think we should send the notes, the transcripts, the video recording, whatever we can to get this out of our hands and to people who can actually put some teeth, to Steve's point, put some teeth behind this, because clearly they think we are a joke. Mr. O'Neill has proven on a number of occasions that he will do anything to gaslight us. And I'm going to stop now because I'm starting to get heated again, and I apologize for my anger and my cloud. But the reality is there are certain things that I cannot tolerate, and being lied to, being gaslit, and being considered an idiot are things that I cannot tolerate. So I would like to have everything in our disposal to get this to a higher power that can actually make these people come to heel. That's just my opinion. So I did get them to admit on the public record that they had plans to do more than 25 acres in total. So if we can do that, to use that to our advantage, I think we should.
Well, that's a separate subject from.
Sure, that's
23. You want to bring that up as a whole business. And
okay.
look at doing something, then it would be fine. But the thing is, it's work for our agent. How far is it going to go? How far is it going to travel?
I did send NEPA a letter. When you asked me to, I want to say it was about this time last year, maybe February. I can find that and resend it to you. Did not receive a response to them. I have copied them on letters, you know, of correspondence that we sent, and I've had no response from them at all.
So maybe we need to representative to get some action.
You're breaking up there.
Would you say that again, Eric?
I said maybe we need to get our senator and our representative to light a fire under our bureaucrats then.
Yeah, maybe.
Or you could copy the director or the secretary of the Executive Office of Environmental and Energy Affairs. That's the direct boss of the head of BEPA.
We're getting out there.
Sorry. I make a motion that we continue to the 18th with the notes requesting direct conversation through the GoToMeeting site as discussed previously.
Do you have a second on that? I'll second it.
Oh boy.
Discussion? All in favor? Eric?
Eric Gaspar in favor.
Steve?
Not in favor. Steve Haldeman.
David?
Not in favor.
And Goodwin in favor. It doesn't carry. Well, where do you want to go from here, gentlemen? Let's go.
I make a motion that we move plan as indicated by Becky to the town attorney for some clarification and action.
Do you have a second?
Steve Haldeman, I'll second.
Discussion? All right, go to the vote. Dave?
David Barnacle in favor.
Steve?
Steve Haldeman in favor.
Eric?
Not in favor.
Ed Goodwin? Not in favor.
We're on jury. Now we need a third motion.
I don't know. Why don't we just table this one?
And the third motion would have to be to have another continuation because we need to be able to either talk about this or move it on.
Right.
So I'll make a motion that we approve of the continuation. However, with this caveat, if 7 days prior to the time of paperwork, on the 7th day before, when we require that the paperwork is in hand, if it's not there, immediately it goes into the hands of our attorney and the letter is sent to them indicating that it has gone to our attorney.
So we're saying specifically by the 11th of May, 2021.
Correct.
Okay.
I can sign off for that. I will second that motion.
I want to add Eric's caveat about GoToMeeting.
Oh, yeah.
Got to be on there with it. That's the only way we're going to make any progress.
Yeah, very good.
I have a second on it from Steve.
We had a second on it from Eric.
Oh, okay. Second from Eric. Okay. Discussion?
It does not include, the motion does not include the Zoom meeting. Because that's a new twist. That's something that can be used against us in terms of being able to carry on. But if we do it the way we normally have, and we tell them exactly what needs to be done, and we also tell them, look, this thing is going to the lawyer. You have to respond.
What do you think, Eric?
I can go along with it, but I'm not going to be happy if they get the stuff on the 11th and come the 18th they're on the public line. I'm not going to be happy. So anyway, I will second. And
my opinion on that, Eric, is
right.
But I'll
second the motion and support David's.
All right. Discussion? We've got enough. All in favor? David?
Favor.
Steve?
Steve Halderman in favor.
Eric?
Eric Gaspar in favor.
Ed Goodwin in favor.
Mr. Chair.
You got that, Eric?
Mr. Chair, can I just, for clarification and make sure that I understand, and I agree with you 100%. I just want to make sure we have this down. My understanding is if by close of business on that 7th day, close of town business, and I don't know what day of the week it is.
11th.
The 11th. Then if it's not there, Becky automatically transmits without further action of the commission to the attorney.
Right.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Yeah. We're on to the lead mine. Becky?
Yep, so update on this one. Another project that just having a hard time meeting the deadline. So they have made some progress out there. I have been informed by Mr. Kowalski last week that he has completed the restoration on the upper part of the lot. So that is the son's lot, the new lot. I did ask him to submit a report, which can be provided to you to look at, and myself. And then also, I did receive today a revised plan for Mr. Kelleher's property, which is the existing house on the lake, for some modifications of what they'd like to do to present to you. They understood that it was too late to get to you. The engineer is working to put those things on the plan. They've asked that we continue this conversation. They'll have the engineered plan for you. My understanding that we'll have that report too in advance of the next meeting. What we were waiting for was the plan of how he was going to address the outstanding issues related to the existing permit, the old permit for when that raise and rebuild happened. He had, at the last meeting, the day of the meeting, kind of submitted like a sketch thing. I gave him some comments. He kind of came back and added some things. My understanding is the engineer is going to pick up those things that he's recommending, add that to the plan. I have a couple comments which I'll provide him, and get it to us 7 days in advance of the next meeting. So they're working on it fully, but they've got that restoration done, which is good to hear. I'm glad that he got that in place, and we'll have a growing season to look at it. I still need to go out there, and we need the report. So, I would give you to the next meeting. They're pretty close to addressing your comments for the lower portion, I think.
Great. Now, can we just call that an update, or we want to have to vote on it, or what? Sounds like an update to me.
Yeah, no, I think that's fine.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, could I get a clarification from Becky?
Sure.
So the plan for the lower property had the moving the boulders and cleaning up the stream, the wetland across the street from his house.
Yep.
The issue of the bank along the road falling into the creek, was that part of it?
Yeah, so what he has is he has a plan to put some boulders in on a couple of the bends, which were the eroded areas on that stream. So that's what he's proposing, to fix that. And then as far as the parking area across the street, he's actually proposing that they give up that whole area. And half of it would be restored as a wetland, and half of it would just be buffer zone mitigation plantings. The reason they're giving up that whole side is they'd like to keep a lot more of the parking on the house side. They do show removing some pavement there, not as much as what you talked about, but they're hoping that giving up the parking right next to the wetland and restoring that will be compensation for keeping some more of the pavement. My recommendation was that we talked about stormwater concerns on that site associated with the road. If you know, including some stormwater mitigation for the driveway and the house. This current plan that came in today, I mean, I only quickly looked at it because, you know, a lot of things come in on the day of the meeting. You know, they're showing like a dry well type unit for roof runoff. You know, there's nothing for the driveway. I would recommend that they wanted to present you a plan to keep a lot of that pavement, that they have some stormwater BMP for it. But overall, I think that the removal of the parking area on the other side is a big improvement, as it's right next to the wetland. So you will have a plan to look at that covers those things.
Do we have a plan? I don't recall seeing one that actually shows what they're proposing for leaving the blacktop in by the house and in front of the house. We never got anything yet, right? Or maybe you got something.
No, yeah, something came in today. He had a sketch he sent before, but it was the day of the meeting, and then I didn't get anything over the past month. I just got that today, and wasn't going to bring it to the meeting. So,
all right, let's move it on to administrative updates.
Okay.
CPA, we have a meeting next Tuesday. That's all I have for you. Trail.
Earth Day, after being postponed for a week because of a snowstorm, 38 people plus the Trails Committee showed up and did a tremendous amount of different styles of work, so that a number of areas have already been taken care of. Item number 2 is Becky met with Brandon concerning the property on Lead Mine, so that they clarified where the wetlands were for the sake of the college people that are coming in the summertime to do some work for them. Number 3, Brandon has requested that he and Becky get together for a walk on the Riverlands in order to be able to make certain that we have identified the wetlands prior to the institution of the new biking trails that are going to be put in. And last but not least, Plimpton was mowed. The Plimpton property was mowed, so some of the trails are doing fairly well. They will be marked during the beginning of the summer, and the gate has not been moved yet, but it shall be. End of the Trails Committee update.
David, what about the parking area by the Long Pond by the highway?
We don't have a parking area identified yet. Parking area is still the same as it was before, which is roughly 2.5 cars.
Right.
Well, we figure out which half car is going to be parked sticking out onto 148 so they can be crushed. So we're not suggesting anybody park there yet.
Okay. All right. And Lakes Advisory Committee is in Maryland.
We have Fairbanks is what I've been told by the advisory committee. Yeah.
And open space. I don't know who's on open space. Nobody, right? No.
Nobody.
All right. Becky, new business.
Yep. Provide you with a copy of a letter. I started to look at this today. Didn't get very far. But this is a letter from the Army Corps of Engineers regarding Westville Dam. They recently updated their master plan. It doesn't sound like there was any significant changes, they say, mostly administrative changes to their management actions, new facilities, land classifications, things like that. When I started to look at it, you know, I didn't realize they have like over 1,000 acres of land down there. You know, it's primarily a land and water management plan. some of the updates include surveys and management plans for wetlands, cultural resource areas, recreational uses, projected needs, what type of recreational opportunities there are that are needed down there, identifying improvements such as like the recreational facilities, boat facilities, picnic areas, et cetera, actions to enhance and protect natural and cultural resources. So I just started to look through it. It's 72 pages. Make an effort to look at it, but I didn't know if anyone wanted to take a look at it, maybe on behalf of the board with me and provide some comments that we can provide to them. I don't know if there'll really be much, if anything, but just asking.
All right. Anything else, Beck?
Moving on, I guess, right? Is that what you're saying, agent report? Yeah, so just a couple of things to do, notify you of, just to let you know, center office building is closed to the public right now and staff. We will be back in the building in a couple weeks. Obviously, we're working remotely. You know, can contact us, you know, via email, by phone, etc. With that said, we were going to start doing some hybrid meetings here, and maybe it's something we can reevaluate after the Board of Selectmen meet on May 17th for our next meeting. Board of Selectmen and I think Planning Board, the members have been coming in and meeting in the town hall. They've been, you know, being socially distant, sitting there with staff. Something that for the next meeting, have to evaluate if anyone's interested in coming in for the meeting or not. It is an option that has been available, maybe will still be available, depending on Board of Selectmen there. Just wanted to make you aware of that. Just to let you know, some updates, couple things, pilot, they're, you know, wrapping up on a lot of the work out there. There's some minor detail things, little minor deviation things that I'm still working out with them. But overall, all the stormwater management's in, site's been seeded, waiting to see if they're going to find out if they put the fence up in the back, but they've done a lot of work over there, and things are looking pretty good. So just want to let you know about that. The Big Picker Road cold storage facility, did a pre-construction meeting out there a couple weeks ago. They started phase kind of approach to work out there with tree clearing. We do have VHC as the on-site monitor out there, so I'm working with them, and they're reporting to me weekly. Just to let you know, I did a pre-construction meeting with DOT last week. They're going to be starting, there is a culvert replacement on Main Street, Route 20, right at the Yankee Peddler, Yankee Candle across the street. I think it's Cedar Meadow Brook. This is a project that, they first informed me about it when I first started. It's some special bridge culvert project, so it didn't have to go through the normal permit processing. So that whole culvert, if you are familiar with it, it goes like a stone arch culvert that goes under Yankee Peddler. And I think it was one of the big storms about 10 years ago. Significant damage to it. They're going in with four-sided box culverts and rerouting that. It's going to go up Route 20 in between Chickadees and the Peddler. So I do have plans for that. They are starting work. Met with the contractor. They have like a phased approach to get those culverts in. There will be bypass water pumping for the stream. Just so you're aware too, we did have some beaver concerns raised by residents in that area about 3 years ago or so. We did recently receive a call from one of those abutters over there. They're concerned about the beavers again, something that we'll be working with others in town to look into, because if there's a beaver issue over there, we've got to work to address those water levels prior to DOT starting work. So talk to Board of Health about it, DPW, we're going to start looking into that. But it's something that we might be seeing for some type of approval of water flow device or something in that area. Another beaver issue went out to Wells Park Road today. Met with DPW out there. Board of Health stopped by afterwards. There's a beaver dam starting to cause a little bit of flooding on the road. My understanding, I spoke to Board of Health afterwards. They will be issuing emergency authorization. DPW is working with Beaver Solutions. You might be familiar. They've done the other water flow devices that have been very successful in town. I don't have the details from him. I asked for the details about how much water needs to be lowered, et cetera. But that will be an emergency authorization. We will see a request coming in the near future. Just so you're aware, I'll work with you on that. Natural Heritage sent a letter. They're going to be coming out with their new priority and estimated habitat map. They do have a draft of that available online. I took a look at it today. I didn't see anything significantly different than what we have right now, although I wasn't sitting in front of the existing map, but I didn't notice anything. So that's something that we'll have to be aware of when it comes out for our permitting. Just so you're aware, we received a call. Everyone spoke to a concerned resident over by Allen Road. Said that there's property over there. Someone's been clearing some old historic potential pasture near wetlands. It will be going out there. I believe it's the Holcroft property, but I'll be going out there tomorrow to look into that, and we'll let you know about that. For the next meeting, just a couple things that will be on the agenda. 75 Park Bar Road is a conservation property where the Grand Trunk Trail is going to be going through. There's an easement on there for the abutting property. I've been working with Tom Chamberlain and Jeff Bridges here. We need to revise that easement in order for the Grand Trunk Trail to go through there. So I will be bringing that to you. You know, I don't want to get into too much. It's already 10 o'clock, but the neighbor has an easement on it to use an area where we need to put the trail, and he needs access to another area. So we worked out an agreement with him. I don't see any concerns with it, and we'll bring it to you to take a look at for the next meeting because it needs to go to town meeting. We need to start thinking about the next fiscal year because there's some things that we're going to be making some changes on that are going to be coming up. There was that codification project that Sam was doing that changed some things within our bylaw and our regulation that we looked at. I think we need to give a final review and blessing by the commission on those. One of the significant things that we changed in the regulation was we took out the fee amount that was stated in there. And that was based on their recommendation. So that way, if the board wanted to make a fee change, you didn't have to go through changing your regulations for that. So I'd like to make some changes to our fees based off what I'm seeing for, what some other towns are charging for our fees. And that way, those fees go to the general fund, which helps support staff in our department. So I'd like to look at some options for that. So I'm hoping to have that for you for the next meeting, if not the following one. That's it. The only other thing is I wanted to say happy birthday to Erin because it's her birthday tomorrow. Or in 1 hour and 52 minutes. So happy birthday, Erin.
Happy birthday.
Hello.
That's all I have.
I'm the old enough to vote.
What?
21 tomorrow? No, 18 now, anyway.
I understand Mr. Chidester has a motion to make.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion to adjourn.
I have a second.
We're not going to go over old business. All right, I'll do it. Can we put old business on the next agenda so we can talk about this?
It'd be even older then.
All right. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. I second the motion because it's 10:08.
All in favor? And?
Thank you, Aaron. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bex.
Hey, and Becky, commendation to you for coming in from Maryland for the meeting. Fantastic.